sleep last night, not knowing who had taken the egg. So, are we going to get that answer tonight? As I said, I certainly hope so. In fact, it's such a big storyline that I have decided to start early. Normally, we wouldn't be starting at this time, but how can we not? How can we not? We have got to figure out who stole the egg and go through all the suspects and have a look and see who we think it was. We've got as well a 2-on-1 handicap match tonight. We've got Rey and Dominic. They're going to be taking on Bobby Lashley in a handicap match. As well as that, we're going to see who stole the egg. That is legit a question that is being asked right now. We have also got... I'm just having a look. They're saying that Bianca's going to be on the show. We should get Liv and Becky, of course. I'm guessing we're going to get Kevin Owens and Big E. So I'm expecting that as well. I don't know if you heard, but of course, Randy Orton made history. He has now appeared at more pay-per-views than anyone else because of his appearance last night. He's now gone to 177, I think it is. 177 pay-per-view appearances. No one has appeared at more pay-per-views now than Randy Orton, which is amazing. He was tied with Kane, but Randy Orton is now out on his own. And I think I'm right in saying that tonight, amazingly, he becomes the superstar to have appeared on the most Raws as well. So Randy Orton broke the record last night for pay-per-views. Tonight, he'll break the record for appearing on the most Raws as well. So he is just breaking records everywhere at the moment. So brilliant achievement by Randy. I don't think they'll acknowledge that on the show, but they absolutely should, because that would make for a very interesting segment. Because again, you know, if you are going to split up RK Bro, imagine if you did a little celebration for Randy and Riddle was just being really annoying and kind of ruining it. And that's going to wind Randy up even more. Like, that could have been a really, really good segment. That could have been really, really fun. And I think that's all that's been announced for tonight, is that handicap match. And then we just know about the egg. We know about Kevin Owens and Big E. We know that Seth Rollins obviously has got that contract as well. So I don't know if he's going to maybe use that for day one. We still need to get some clarity there. But we know that Kevin Owens is obviously around, and he's in a feud with Seth, and he's got his sights set on Big E. We know about Liv Morgan and Becky Lynch. And there's loads to talk through. We can go through other stuff as well. I can tell you that last night, WWE did a poll, and there was 32,000 votes for what was the best match at Survivor Series, and it was Roman Reigns and Big E that came out on top. 45% of people voted for Roman Reigns and Big E. Second was Lynch and Flair. That got 35% of the vote. So I thought that was quite interesting, because that is one that kind of splits opinion. I think it's very difficult to choose between them, personally. I think they were both excellent matches. And so Roman versus Big E, 45%. Becky versus Charlotte Flair was 35%. The men's 5-on-5 came next with 14%. The women's 5-on-5 just got 6% of the vote. So that's how that broke down. Hello to everyone in the chat. Boy said, I was at Survivor Series last night. I hope you enjoyed it, dude. I hope you had fun. It came across as a pretty solid show, I thought. And people seemed to enjoy it. I can tell you that when we did our little vote at the end, I think it was 8-10 that won, which I thought was really high. Like, really, really high. But, yeah, people seem to really enjoy it. Sean Reset, shout out to you. I hope you're well, buddy. Days, you know the pizza Montez Ford threw in the crowd? I caught one, says to Boy. Oh, you telling me it didn't slap you in the face? That's a shame. We were joking about how, like, chucking that in the crowd, like, might result in people getting smacked in the face. So the fact that you caught it, I think, is a bit disappointing. I was kind of hoping that... did you see anyone get hit in the face with a piece at all? Because that would have been funnier. But it sounds like you had a good time. Just trying to fix this green screen a little bit. It's just a little bit flickery, isn't it? I mean, I've still not fixed it, but hey. What football matches have you got planned for tomorrow? We can do 2 tomorrow. I will always look to do the Premier League teams. So tomorrow over on Football Days, I believe we've got Manchester United at like 5:45. It's the early game. And who's not going to want to watch that game? The first game without Ollie. So Michael Carrick is taking the team. And that is going to be 5:45, which I think is about 12:45 lunchtime Eastern. And the game after that is Chelsea, I think. I know we can do both because the Man United match is the early match. So looking forward to that. So we're doing both of them, and then we got NXT on the night. Harley said, everyone in the replies said Becky Charlotte, so I think robots logged onto Twitter and voted E versus Roman. Airflow said, I enjoy the egg storyline on Survivor Series. I am so egg-cited that it continues tonight. Grant said it was definitely one of the strangest pay-per-views this year. Yeah, I mean, I think it was quite solid in the sense of there was nothing that was disastrous on the show. I do think the middle sagged. I do think the middle part dipped. And, the Battle Royal basically just being an advert for Pizza Hut, I think is shameless. Not shameless, but shameless. And, I have seen people laying into the fact that it's just basically a glorified Pizza Hut advert disguised as a match. Which, I do understand. And I do always think, like, if this was AEW... would I lay into it? And I would. But I don't know. I come to expect this kind of stuff a bit more from WWE. I'm not excusing it, but I'm just saying that, WWE is sports entertainment. AEW, I kind of expect that to be more wrestling focused because that's what I was told it was going to be. And in all fairness, it has been of late more wrestling focused. So it's a little bit tricky. It's a little bit tricky. That's why we were having quite a debate last night, and it was healthy, or at least what I saw, it was healthy. About like which show did we prefer? Did we prefer Survivor Series or Full Gear? And I thought that was a pretty good conversation to be had. And as I said, we were able to keep it healthy, constructive, but. Yeah, I'm looking forward to tonight. I am looking forward to tonight. However you want to carve it up, however you want to look at it, I enjoyed last night, had fun with it, and we're going to have fun tonight as well. I'm really looking forward to hence why. I mean, I've got no reason to start early, but I'm sat here, we're set up, I'm looking forward to it. I want to get your thoughts. Let's just start. Days, did you actually like the egg storyline? Because I loved it, says Airflow Games. Well, I did. I mean, I'm ashamed to admit that I did. I did. I mean, it's stupid. It's preposterous. Like, it could not be more blown out of proportion. First of all, he's got $100 million egg, and he's just carrying it in his hand. Then he puts it in a glass container that's not alarmed. It's not got any security guards. It doesn't even look like it's locked. Doesn't look like the glass container's even bolted to the desk. Like, the level of security is zero. For the, maybe there was, one man on the door. I remember that. There was one guy on the door, and that was it. And that guy, when he saw Roman, just kind of, shuffled to the side out of fear. So, not even, a brilliant security guard. And then, of course it went missing. Of course it went missing. But the fact that he's saying it's not the prop, and it's a real Cleopatra egg given to him by The Rock. Where would The Rock get a real Cleopatra egg from? And also, if he could, he ain't spending $100 million on an egg. How much money do you think The Rock's got? $100 million on a gift to Vince that's an egg. And Vince's whole, the whole thing is just preposterous. It's just so OTT. But the thing is, they sell it like it's real. So, like, Vince is, like, serious about it. Like, it's not as if they're all, like, dressed up in, like, wacky costumes and they're just like, where's my egg? Like, or being, like, wacky or silly. Like, Vince is serious. The delivery of it is that this is my egg. This is my egg. And I think that's why I like it. Because even though it's stupid and it's preposterous and it's stupid, like, the fact that Vince is playing it serious and Vince is seriously like, God damn. Investigate it. Where's my egg? Like, the fact that he's selling it, like, super serious, like someone has stolen his egg, you know, and everyone is now going to be at Raw and everyone is going to be interviewed. Like, yeah, I get it. If people are out there going, this is so stupid, I hate it, I do understand. I do understand. But I don't know. I can't describe it. I know I shouldn't like it, but it's just so out there and stupid. And it's stupid. It's so stupid. But it's being delivered so straight. It's being delivered like, this is happening. Find my egg. I'm being serious. That it's kind of making me go, who took the egg? Like, I want to know who took the egg. I can't. I'm not even going to bother trying to defend it. I'm not going to bother trying to defend it. A golden egg worth 100 million has gone missing, and I do care. I do care. So that's where I am. Wrestle with Andy said, Days, I did notice that Von Wagner was suspiciously off the show last night. He has the egg. Oh, interesting. I tell you, I did have to put some names in the poll as to who took the egg. And I put down, for me, right, I think it's Sonya or Naomi. I think what you lot were saying last night is bang on. I think you lot have called it. So people are saying, what if Sonya takes it, plants it on Naomi? Naomi gets in big trouble. But then equally, what if Naomi takes it, plants it on Sonya? I think it's more likely the heel will do that. Be weird for a face to do that. So I think the heel does it. So I think Sonya, for me, is suspect number one. I reckon it's Sonya because I think that story makes a lot of sense. Sonya's took it, plants it on Naomi. If that's true, that is huge for Naomi. Naomi now is in a storyline that involves Vince. Like, that is... She can't even get on the flipping show. But now she's in a storyline that involves Vince and his egg. And it was like one of the big storylines in Survivor Series. And it involved Roman. Roman got called to the office and asked have a look at my egg. So, like, you know what I mean? Like, this is a big storyline. So, I kind of hope it is. I kind of hope that it is. Days, it makes a lot of sense to beat Lesnar. He got fined $1 million. Vince kept saying that the egg was $100 million. Egg is gone, and suddenly Brock isn't suspended. So he might have paid the fine after getting it. I don't think so. I don't think Lesnar stole the egg, sold the egg, got the money, paid the fine, all within the space of however long. So I'm not thinking Lesnar. Because, I mean, like, Lesnar stole the egg. I don't want it to be Lesnar. Lesnar's like, this is... I just don't think it would be. You are right. You could make a storyline out of that. But, like, are we really saying... I mean, this story is preposterous enough, but we're saying that he stole the egg, sold the egg, got the money, paid the fine, all within the space of, like, an hour or 2 hours, and was then able to be unsuspended, and now he can come back. I'll agree with you. I'll agree with you, Harley, that he is on the short list of suspects. I will agree with you. I do concede that there is a story there. I do concede that, yes, they could go in that direction. I would rather they went with Naomi and Sonya, because I think doing it to get someone else in trouble is just that little bit more realistic. It's just, like, we are struggling to find realism here, but it's just, It's just that smidgen more realistic if it was stolen and planted to get someone in trouble, rather than Lesnar doing all of that and achieving all that. Days is in detective mode. I'm just calling it as I see it, guys. I'm just calling it as I see it. I've been up all night. I had one of them boards. I've got all the pictures of all the superstars, and I've got string connecting people. Doesn't make any sense, but I've just seen it in a movie, so I set it up like that, and then I looked at it and I went, I think it's Sonya. I think it's Sonya. It makes sense if it was Sonya. So that's what that took me about 12 hours. Wrestle with Andy said it's just like Who Shot Mr. Burns. It does have that feel to it. It does have that feel to it. Linda stole the egg, says Tony. Brock yelled at the security guard to get the egg, and the security guard agreed out of fear. Did you hear about Klopp and Arteta both getting fined? I did not hear about that, no. I'm guessing that's after their little pitch side conversation. Miss Clown 1 said it's the Grinch. He also stole Christmas. Michael said, what if the Mysterios stole it to try and get it back? To try and get back at Adam Pearce for kicking them off the team. I do like that. I was just about to go through the poll. So when I did the poll, Sonya and Naomi are my top suspects, if you will. Then I was like, right, who else do I put as options? And I was like, I really don't know. But then I thought, well, like, who are the biggest heels, on the two shows? Who are the people that, you know, might have done it to, like, mess with Vince? And I was like, well, maybe the Bloodline? I mean, I don't think it would be. But, like, could it be that one of the Usos has stolen it, thinking it's funny, like, to mess with Vince? Like, Vince can't do anything. We're with the tribal chief. Like, Roman will sort it out, but like, look what I've got. And I was like, would they do that? And I was like, I don't think it's a very good story. I wouldn't go that way, but I was like, well, I'll put them, because maybe it was like one of the Usos, you know, maybe it was that. I don't think it'd be Paul Heyman. I don't think Roman would be bothered. So I think Usos maybe. As a prank, as a joke. I was like, So I put that, but I'm not sure on it. And then, actually, the point you just made about the Mysterios, because they're disgruntled at not being on the team, that is exactly why I put Sami Zayn. Because I was like, maybe it's Sami Zayn at the fact that he wasn't on the team. So you could be right, because that was my logic for Sami Zayn. My logic for Sami Zayn was, he's angry that he got removed. He's a heel. So, could it be that it's Sammy? The only reason I'd say not the Mysterios is currently their faces. So, I don't know why a face would do it. It's a heel move to steal Vince's egg. Make no mistake about that. Make no mistake. If you're stealing Vince's egg, you're a heel. You're a heel in my book. So, that's why I went with Sammy, because of him being disgruntled at being removed. To my knowledge, he's the only person, the only face that was removed, because the other people removed was Aaliyah. She's a face. Sorry, Sammy's the only heel that was removed, because Aaliyah's a face, Dominic's a face, Rey's a face. So that's why I went with Sammy. And then I thought, well, I could chuck Kevin Owens in there, because he's being a troublemaker at the moment. So that's why I went with Kevin Owens or Sami Zayn. So I don't mind Kevin Owens and Sami Zayn. Sammy being the one, I wouldn't mind. Or Kevin. He tends to get involved in these things. Who threw the pie in Kevin's face? Let's never forget that. Bloodline, I think's an outside shot. I still think Sonya and Naomi is where I'm looking. That's where my investigation would start, let me tell you. Let me tell you. Defcon Prime Eric Derigi said, bow to the masters. Bake it now. Dun-dun-dun-dun. Degenerate into something full. Just got tired doing what you told us to do. There's the egg, boy. Yeah. There's the egg, little man. Break it down. Degeneration eggs. Degeneration. Yes, degeneration eggs. Love it. Well done, Eric. Defcon Prime Dirigi. That's very nice. That is very nice. Good eggs. Good eggs. If Corbin still had the pork gimmick, he could have stole it, says Heel Fries. Like it. James Kenny said, Days, I was there yesterday. Did you hear CM Punk chants? To see the wave yesterday. Also, I think Gobbledygooker took the egg and is sitting on it to hatch it, and Shane McMahon is in it. I did hear of CM Punk chants. I personally didn't hear them, but that's because I have to have the sound turned down. But honestly, CM Punk chants, AEW chants, all that kind of stuff, I ain't paying it any attention because that's exactly what people want. So, I don't know if that's people that have gone to the show to cause a bit of trouble. I don't know. I mean, is that just some fans that have gone gone to... I mean, it might not even be that big of a crowd. Just a few people might have gone and started like some AEW chants, CM Punk chants. And you know what people are like, if the match is a bit slow, then you might get a few others joining in and it just kind of grows from there. So, yeah, I did hear about them, but I wouldn't give it attention. I wouldn't give it attention. I don't think that's a cool thing to do, personally. Like, you're not getting, I mean, who knows, you might now get people buying tickets to AEW shows that start chanting for Vince and WWE and stuff like that. Like, I don't know, maybe there's people that would, like, enjoy that kind of a thing, but, like, just seems petty to me. So, yeah, I didn't hear it is the truth, but I wouldn't be, like, bigging it up if I had. Harley said, before Survivor Series, I did not expect to be talking about this on Raw stream. Brock stole the egg. Harley is adamant about this. He is adamant about this. When they did CM Punk chants, the crowd booed to shut those Punk chants down. I didn't hear it. I genuinely didn't hear it. But as I said, I would be one of them booing. I would be one of them, like, shutting that down. Because that, to me, says that there's people there that are there to cause trouble, basically. They're there to cause trouble. Whether you want to think that there's a war going on or not, like, whether you think there is or if there isn't, there's people out there that believe there is. And there's people out there that want to make this AEW versus WWE, and, there's every chance that there's a couple of AEW fans that have bought their tickets to Survivor Series literally just to cause trouble. So, yeah, I don't know. That's why I wouldn't really, like, focus on it or talk about it or tweet about it or, like, any of that, because that's exactly what they want. That's exactly what they would want. And I must say, vice versa, I also wouldn't support WWE fans buying AEW tickets and doing it at an AEW show. Imagine at an AEW show you get, like, Vince chants, WWE chants, Roman Reigns, Tribal Chief. Do you know what I mean? All these chants. Like, I wouldn't support that. Like, the level of disrespect to the people in the ring. We've spoke about this before. Like, the level of disrespect to what's actually happening in the ring is bad, man. It's bad. Vince stole the egg for insurance fraud. Harley said the Punk chants lasted 5 seconds. There's a video of many people booing them and telling them to shut up. Days, it could have been Edge. He could have been mad because he's not getting TV time. Well, that would be a heel turn for Edge if he was to do that. I think if you are going to steal Vince's egg, then in my mind you are a heel. So, yeah, I'd have to say that would be a heel turn. I'm not expecting it to be a face, to be honest. I think if it is going to be a face, then that to me is a heel turn, and that's, quite a moment. Finn Balor, an ordinary man who can do extraordinary things. It was right there in front of our eyes all along, wasn't it? All along. It's Finn Balor, the extraordinary man that can do extraordinary things, like steal an egg with no one noticing. Primo said, Ringside News, Wrestling Inc. have tweeted a few hours ago that Charlotte and Andrade may have fallen out. Andrade has unfollowed Charlotte on all social media platforms. Moldy Spoon said Vince needs to recreate the "Take Me to the SOB" meme tonight. Yeah. Well, if Dom steals it and then frames Rey, that would be very interesting. I don't quite know why he would do that. I don't know why he would frame his dad. I don't think... I mean, I know that they've kind of interfered in each other's matches and all that kind of stuff, but I mean, I don't know why Dominic would look to do that rather than just have a conversation with his dad. I mean, I kind of feel like if Dominic was to... What we need Dominic to say to Rey, don't interfere in my matches. I don't want you involved in my matches. But Rey still comes down because he's a loving dad and it comes from a good place and he's worried about his son. And then, like, that costs Dominic a few matches. Then I could understand it. Because Dominic would then be able to say, I told you not to come down to my matches. I pleaded with you. You don't listen to me. What was I meant to do? I had to steal that egg and plant it on you so that you would get suspended. And then I could at least try and make my own way forward because you're not listening. But I don't feel like we've had that background yet. Like, right now, it would just feel like Dominic's just randomly stole an egg and planted it on Rey. I know that they have been kind of, costing each other matches, but it does kind of feel like there needs to just be a conversation. Like, we could solve it with a conversation. Dominic just needs to go, please don't come down to the ring. Whatever happens, please don't come down to the ring. And he would probably stop. Rey would probably stop. I don't think we need to go to the lengths where we're stealing an egg. But I don't think anyone needs to go to the lengths where they're stealing an egg. But we'll find out who it is tonight. I mean, it's a good shout. I'm not saying that it's not a good shout. It's a good shout because we are expecting that feud. So we are expecting Dominic to turn heel. That feud is going to get a lot of push behind it because the company respects Rey and doesn't want Rey to go to AEW. So they respect Rey. They've done a lot with Rey. They've used Dominic. They've used his daughter. It feels like they're giving Rey quite a bit here. So, Vince being involved in this and the size of the feud, it would make sense. You could look at that and go, that would make sense. But I just don't... I would really need it to be explained as to why Dominic did it. If it is Dominic, I'd really need a good explanation. Rey and Dominic's story is so repetitive, it's getting old. Well, Austin, aren't we all? Aren't we all? McAvoy Productions said Rikishi stole the egg for The Rock. Jerry said, sitting in the crowd at Raw right now. I was at Survivor Series. It was a very anti-Roman crowd, despite what it sounded like on air. Well, that's all right. I mean, like, Roman is the heel. Roman's meant to be getting booed. So if the crowd are doing that, then, that's just Roman playing into his job. And to be perfectly truthful, I'm a big Roman fan. I would have booed Roman last night because I tweeted out earlier, Big E is the one. He is the one. Seeing Big E in that main event and how great that main event was, Big E is the one. Big E, for me, is the one that should go on to defeat Roman. Like, the fact we have not been getting Big E in main events and having matches like that out of Big E, I think is a real shame. A real shame. He kind of feels legitimized last night. I think last night is maybe the biggest I've ever seen Big E in regards to his, I don't want to say his potential, but like how big of a star he can be. Like, you always think, like, yeah, Big E should be in the main event. He should be a champion. Well, he got there, and it was a bit underwhelming. But then last night, it just clicked. That match is brilliant. It is brilliant. It is so much fun. And as I was saying, like, seeing Roman up against, like, smaller guys, he's faced Daniel Bryan. He's been facing, like, sort of Rey Mysterio, Jimmy and Jey Uso. He's been facing smaller guys. Seeing him against someone like Big E, I mean, there's not many people like Big E. So seeing him against Big E, he felt like a legit threat. It felt like this could be the guy. I didn't expect it to be, and obviously it wasn't. But yeah, I'm really feeling Big E after last night. I loved his new ring gear as well. New ring gear looked a bit crisper, looked a bit sharper, looked a bit better. So I think the ring gear helped, but I would get rid of the entrance jacket. I think I'm not feeling that. It's still too New Day. Get rid of the entrance jacket, but I love the I want to go big. I love that at the start. I love the fact that he changed his ring gear. He's got obviously separate music. He's not doing the Portland, don't you dare. He's not doing that anymore. So, like, there have been changes. We are slowly moving away from, like, the New Day stuff. And I think once we're fully there, once we're fully out of the New Day stuff, which I don't know if we ever will be, he needs to lose that jacket for me. Then, yeah, I mean, man, he could be the one. He could be the Roman of Raw. And we've been trying to figure out who that was. Like, for a time, we thought it was Drew. And Drew did all right. But, straight away, man, this was a killer match. It's going to be hard for Big E to have that level of match against other people. I think Roman is something special. I think Roman all year has been putting on matches like that. So the challenge is, can Big E have another great match like that against, say, Kevin Owens, against Seth Rollins? He should be able to. He should be able to, and I'm looking forward to seeing it. But can he do it? Because Roman's been having killer matches all year long. Rest with Andy said Dave's Big E's new gear was Seinfeld inspired. Was it? Do you know, I've never seen Seinfeld. I believe it's on Netflix now, and that's one of those shows that I'm really quite up for, like, getting stuck into. Quite up for, like, you know, just working my way through the episodes. Because everyone says it's the greatest comedy ever. And I always, like, would watch it, and I'd always get annoyed with the like the bass in between. I'd be like, oh, is he going to do that all the time? So, but I think I can look past that. I think I can look past that. So I'd be willing to give it a go. But yeah, I've never seen it, apart from little clips. Daze, did you see the Becky interview post-match? She was visibly upset with her relationship with Charlotte. It was really quite sad. I'm going to say something a little controversial. You know me. You know me. I'm a controversial guy. Not really, but I'm going to be. I thought she came across as very unlikable in that interview afterwards. Because if you watch it, she does get upset. And she says, like, you know, I was really emotional and it's so hard to just hate someone that you loved. And she speaks about surviving a car crash with Charlotte. And that stuff, no issue with that. I mean, you listen to it and you go, yeah, this is sad. But then she turns around and she's saying stuff like, there's no way Charlotte can disagree. I'm the better woman now. Like, even during the interview, she takes the time and the opportunity to have more digs at Charlotte. Becky could have turned around and just said, it's done now. It's done. You know, my heart is broken that our relationship has got to this point. But I think after that match there, for me, it's done. And I'm hoping that we can both just move forward now. She could have said something like that quite easily. And actually, after the emotion of just having a match against someone that you hate and you've just spent like 20 odd minutes punching each other in the face and everything, you would imagine a lot of that anger would have got out. You see it quite a lot in like UFC, a lot of hatred beforehand, but afterwards they're hugging. Same with boxing, because like you just throw in at each other, and a lot of that aggression, you get it out your system. She didn't do that. She turned around and said, there's no way Charlotte can disagree that I'm the better woman now. And she even said something like Charlotte can go running off to her dad. She, out of nowhere, mentions Ric Flair again, that Charlotte can go running off to her dad. And so I put a little tweet out saying Becky is deeply unlikable. She's a great heel. I think the reason why she adds those extras, because she didn't need to, and I think the reason why she added those extras is because you need to look at her as a heel, because she's about to go in a feud with Liv Morgan. We know that Liv Morgan is next. They've been building that Liv Morgan-Becky Lynch match more than they did the Charlotte one, in all fairness. The Charlotte one is all because of the stuff we know behind the scenes. Not so much what's happened on the shows. In recent weeks, it's been more about Liv Morgan. Now, they want Liv Morgan going into that as the face. They want Becky going in as the heel. And I think that this now, that match is done, I think now the work has already begun on presenting Becky as a heel. I would expect Becky to come across quite strong as a heel tonight, because I think they're building towards her and Liv Morgan. So, obviously, if you're a Becky stan, then you're going to look at that and go, well, Becky didn't say anything wrong. She's just standing up for herself. But Charlotte, to my knowledge, Charlotte didn't say anything after the match. To my knowledge, Charlotte not only took the loss, which I can't even believe she agreed to, but she took the loss, right, and walked away. Now, I haven't seen any post-match interviews where she's laying into Becky or anything like this. So the comments that Becky has made have been completely unprovoked. Those comments have been completely unprovoked. She then repeated those comments to Ariel Helwani. So not only did she say them backstage, she then went to Ariel Helwani. And if you've seen that interview, Becky says, like, she's upset and she's like, I just did an interview and it brought out a lot of emotion. You know, this is someone that I loved, blah, 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 blah. But again, even at that point, she doesn't turn around and say, let's put it behind us and move forward. She take shots again. So Becky is still now taking shots at Charlotte. So, and like, she, you know, let's not forget, she cheated to win. I know Charlotte tried to cheat to win. So, you know, but Becky grabbed a hold of the ropes. Becky cheated to win as well. So the fact that she's saying she knows now I'm the better woman after just cheating her way to victory, like, she's doing it well. She is playing it very, very well, because she's doing it very well because she's managed to get her fans to go, oh, feel sorry for Becky. Oh, look. Oh. So she's managed to do that for her fans. And then for people that aren't that crazy about her, like myself, I mean, I don't hate Becky, but I'm not a Becky stan. So I'm looking at it, and she's like, comes across as deeply unlikable, which is good. Because, as we said, she's now building towards that Liv Morgan feud. So, yeah, it was very interesting. It's worth a watch, because I actually think there's quite a bit going on in those interviews. I think the emotion is real. I think that it is quite an emotional time for both of them. So I believe the emotion is real. I believe that she is sad. I believe their relationship has broken down. So I think the first part is real. And then I think the second part, where she's taking the shots, that might be real as well. But it's been done on purpose to set her up as a heel and make her come across as, like, it's unnecessary. It's kicking someone when they're down. She's just beaten Charlotte. Charlotte's lost. Charlotte has had to take the L and just take her belt and walk away. So Charlotte loses. So kicking someone whilst they're down, taking shots while someone's down, that's a heel move, man. That's a heel move. So, yeah, that was my thought on that. Rashawn said, Days, tell me if you agree. Since we want Big E to be the one to take the title from Roman, how about he loses the title to Seth at day one, wins the Rumble, and then goes on to WrestleMania to beat Roman? I wouldn't hate that. The only thing I would say is, I mean, Big E is a Raw superstar. I suppose he does get to choose, but it would be very, I would say, unlikely for him to go after Roman. But I mean, look, they can do what they want, can't they? They can go whichever way they want. So I honestly wouldn't mind that. I think Vince will probably want to do Brock Roman again, because I think every time they do it, it's box office. Every time they do it, it's a big deal. And I think that's the match they want to do. Heyman was talking to Ariel Helwani, and Ariel was saying, like, a lot of people think The Rock's going to be at Survivor Series. And Heyman said, don't expect him, because he's filming, right? And so it has proved. And he was saying, don't you think that would make more sense at Hollywood? So Heyman is basically trying to tell the fans, please don't expect The Rock. He's not going to be there. And don't you think it would be better if Roman Rock happened at Hollywood, which is WrestleMania 39? That's WrestleMania 2023, which says to me, and we've seen the rumors and the dirt sheets, they're saying that is when that match is happening. It's happening at WrestleMania 39. And Heyman said, I would think that next year would probably be better or more likely if we were to see maybe Roman Brock? Don't you think there's some unfinished business there? Or Roman Drew? I know there's unfinished business. Like, he's putting them names out there. Now, plans can change, but I think it's going that way. It's one of them two. It's Roman Brock or it's Roman Drew. I would go Roman Big E. I would. I agree with you. I would go Roman Big E. Have Roman win have Big E win the Rumble, which he's never won the Rumble, and that would make him feel like a big deal. And then have him go after Roman. I don't know that I would have him lose the belt though. What if Big E went in as the champion? What if Big E was still the champion, and he said that he wants to prove that he belongs at the main event, and he wants to prove that just because he cashed in, he is a worthy champion. So he's going to defend. He's going to go into the Rumble. And if he loses, he'll lose his title. If he wins, he gets the title match against Roman. I would go that way. I would keep the belt on Big E. Now, I know what people are going to say. You can't have one person holding both belts. I would just point to Becky 2 belts as the fact that you can, but you would have to do it for a short time. Like, Roman would ultimately have to lose one of the titles quite quickly after WrestleMania. But you could use... Big E would have to lose one of the titles after WrestleMania. But I think you could go with Big E 2 belts after WrestleMania. But quickly he would have to drop one. But yeah, I would love that. I think... I mean, look, when I say Big E is the one, and when you lot say Big E is the one, I'm saying that Big E is the one to be the face of the other brand. Like, I'm saying that Big E is... He's got the look. He's got the promo skills. He's been around on the main roster since, 2013? Something along those lines. So he's certainly done, 7-8 years on the main roster. He's done his time. He ticks every box. The only thing you can say about Big E is he might be a touch small, but that was not a problem last night. And he's just got a little bit of New Day vibe that still needs to be shaken off, which I think is like the entrance jacket. It was his ring gear, but that has changed. So it would be cool if it was like something iconic. That I know he changes his ring gear quite a bit, but I would like him to have a look. I would like us to, like how Vader did. I would like Big E to have, something credible and cool, and just wear that for a little bit, and lose the jacket. So I would say that would be a tweak I would make. But we're so not far away now. We're so close to kind of where we need Big E to be. That match last night just was everything, man. It showed what Big E can do in the main event. He did that against Roman. He can do that against Kevin Owens. He can do that against Seth Rollins. He can do that against Finn Balor. He could do that against Brock Lesnar. I mean, Brock would be the other guy, but Brock's never going to be around long enough to be the other guy. Brock doesn't want to be the other guy. Roman is SmackDown. So who is Raw? And for a time, it was Drew. But I think the guy right now is Big E. And I didn't know if they might take the title off him quite soon. I didn't know if they might take the belt off him because it hasn't felt like it's been working. But the longer he's holding it, the more killer matches that he has, the more he moves away from the New Day, the more he's going to feel like the credible champion that he is. So I don't mind that. I don't hate that idea. I don't hate him going into the Rumble, winning it, facing Roman, champion versus champion. That's a big main event, man. They'll never do it. They'll never do it because you've got a 2-day WrestleMania and you're putting both of your champions in the same match. So they would never do it. But I personally don't mind it. We're just fantasy booking, and I wouldn't mind it. I would like to see Otis challenge Big E for the title. That would be good if you built him right. He would need a lot of building because he, obviously that tag team isn't even the top tag team. So it's not as if like Otis and Chad Gable are like killing everyone. They're not even the top tag team. So they would need to feel even bigger. You would have to have them on a win streak. You'd have to have Otis go off as a solo star for a bit. Have him just like go on a winning streak and So, yeah, you'd have to do quite a bit of work, but I wouldn't hate it. Ethan said, will you do a toy hunt soon? Yes. Febin says, I don't know why I'm so excited for tonight's Raw. I know. Yeah, I want to go big. WWE has come to the agreement to release... Is it the egg? The Cleopatra egg. Yay! Called it. Big E, WWE Championship. Goldberg, WWE WrestleMania 38, says Jeffrey. Could be. That tribute to The Rock at Survivor Series with Vince being there is a prelude to The Rock coming back, says David. Bray Wyatt, get gold egg, says to Vince, when released, WWE Superstars back. Don't know what that means, Matthew. What does that mean? Edward said, did you hear what Roman said to Vince? When Vince said the egg was worth 100 million, Roman said, that's what my next contract will be. I did. It was a good line. I didn't hear it at the time, but we managed to figure it out shortly after. I thought I don't know if it was just me. It could be like my laptop or something. I don't think it was, but the audio mix just seemed a bit wrong. Like the crowd that were being piped in was really loud, and the audio of Vince it was like I mixed it because the levels were just completely out. So yeah, I couldn't quite hear what he was saying at times, but we figured it out in the end. Johnny says, Days already told you who took the egg. It was me! It was me all along! Jim said, why does Big E need to move away from the New Day? Isn't being on a separate brand enough? I would move him away from the New Day just because him being on a separate brand is fine, of course, but he still just feels like the laughy, jokey, bootio, pancake throwing. I want him as a serious champion. I don't mind a little bit of comedy, but do it from a serious position. So have him come out I want to go big. Yeah, and have him come out, be a legit champion. Don't treat him like a joke. Don't have him, doing New Day stuff, because I want to take him serious. I want to take him as a serious champion, because that's the problem at the moment is, or was, he still feels like it's just Big E from the New Day. It doesn't feel like, it feels like he's going to hold it for a little bit and he'll drop it soon. It's Big E from the New Day. He'll go back to the New Day. I don't want him to go back to the New Day. I want Big E now to stay as a main event solo star. I don't mind, and this is personal opinion, I don't mind Big E doing the occasional match throughout the year with the New Day, a couple of times a year. New Day, outnumbered 3-on-2. They need a mystery partner. Who's it going to be? Yeah, I want to go big, of course. Out comes Big E. I don't mind that a couple of times a year, but so he can still have that connection. He can still be, in with them, but on a week-to-week basis, I do not want to be looking at Big E and thinking about the New Day anymore. On a week-to-week basis, I want to look at him and I want to see a Vader, a Bam Bam Bigelow. I want to see, a legit problem, a threat to the rest of the roster, someone that's serious, someone that's taking their own path, that's forging their own way forward as a solo star. He is the main event star that he was always meant to be. So let's treat him now as the main event star that he was always meant to be, not just Big E from the New Day. So that's why it's an issue to me. And I would just go with it. Just go. Yeah, I want to go big. Let's go big. Let's go big with Big E. Let's get the machine behind him. He's got new entrance music. He's got his own graphics. I love that. Yeah, I want to go big. I love all that. I think it's brilliant. So, yeah, I am very much on board with just going further with him. Just keep building him up. Keep going. Keep giving him main event matches. Him against, and have him close the show. Don't mess around. Have him close the show. If Roman starts the show sometimes at day one, Roman opens the show, and we close with Big E. Let's let's go, man. Let's go. Let's build Big E. Let's see how far we can go. Just keep putting, like, believing in him. When I say, like, yeah, man, he's the one. He is the one. When we say that, it's like, let's do it then. Don't have him, like, defend the WWE Championship in the middle of the card, like, against flipping Jinder Mahal. No, don't do that. Have him close the show in a killer match with Kevin Owens. Have him do that. And have him, like, stand on his own 2 feet and everything. That's how you can build him. That's how he's going to, don't forget, he's going off to, like, boxing events, like, doing intros for people. That's making him feel like a bigger deal as well. Keep doing that. Get him onto late night shows. Get him onto Good Morning America. Get him doing intros for boxers, MMA fighters, whoever, whatever. Like, just keep building. I thought he was brilliant last night. I thought it was a star-making performance from Big E. The jackets that Big E wears hides his amazing physique. They do need to show off his muscles and not hide them, says Brony. Justin said, Roman must lose the title and win it back to build stars and make the roster look legit, just as Triple H's Reign of Terror. It really looks boring for a company that's focused only on Roman. It's difficult, isn't it? Because I think Roman is such a big star that they've gone all in on Roman. There's no denying it. They've gone all in on Roman. If ever you're going to do that, others will suffer. I mean, that is true. Others will suffer because, we're going to go the whole of 2021 by the looks of it with just Roman being the only Universal Champion. Now, personally, I don't mind that. I don't mind that because I'm all right with just having a handful of big main event stars. I don't need 20 main event stars because I don't know that you can have 20 main event stars. If you had 20 main event stars, it becomes very clustered at the top and they start taking away from each other. So, like with Roman right now, he feels like the head of the table, the tribal chief, the end boss, the be-all and end-all. Like, in that segment between Vince and Roman, I expected Roman to, like, tell Vince what to do. Tell Vince to get him a water or something like this, like, boss Vince around. Like, Roman feels equal to Vince. He feels like, seeing them two together on screen was pretty cool. Like, didn't even really matter what they were doing. Just seeing Vince one side of a desk and Roman the other. And you're just like, wow, that is, without no doubt whatsoever, the biggest superstar in wrestling, right? The biggest, like, merch seller, the biggest deal, the guy that's closing all the shows is the face of the biggest wrestling weekly show. Like, that is the man. And, well, not like Becky, but you know what I mean. And then the other side, you've got Vince, who you could argue is the most important person in the history of wrestling. Both, just that image. And an egg. But, like, just that image was like, man, this is cool. This is cool. That was cool. So, I was into seeing them two sat at a table together. So, the problem is if you keep taking the title off Roman, he doesn't quite reach that level. He doesn't quite get to that point that he is now because he's losing. He'd be losing quite a bit. And he can't claim to be the one. He can't claim to be the tribal chief if he's lost 3-4 times this year and having to keep win his title back or whatever. Right now, he is unequivocally, absolutely right up there. So it's tricky. It's really, really tricky. It's really difficult. I mean, we went through the Hulkamania era. We went through John Cena era, and it was a problem. What I would say is once Roman loses it, then he probably needs to stay away from it for a while. That's what I would go with. I think the problem with Cena and the problem with Hogan is whenever they lost it, within the space of a year, here they had it back. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, it was always coming back to them. Not even a year, most of the time. Not in Cena's case. So, if Roman loses it, I would actually keep him away from it from, like, a good couple of years. So, this reign right now is everything. Because, for me, once this ends, I would move Roman away from the title picture. Just have him do feuds. There's enough you can do with Roman. He doesn't need to be around the title, but I would move him away from the title picture. So this reign right now, I would keep building, keep going, right? Because once it's over, it's over. Then I move Roman away from the picture, and then we can focus on others. So I kind of get it. I understand why they're doing it. I understand why it would be frustrating people. There's pros and cons. You just got to tell the story that you want to tell. This is the story Vince wants to tell, but others would tell a different story. David said, the problem is, if Roman stays champ too long, people will get tired of him, like Honky Tonk Man that held the Intercontinental title for 2 years. Primo said, did you hear Nick Khan was in attendance watching the Battle Royal? And what are the chances he's seeing who to pass on to Vince to cut? I'm expecting one last round in December. Well, no one is going to get cut unless Vince says so. Tony Khan, let's not get Tony Khan's role mixed up here. Tony Khan's role is to find business opportunities. He brokered, I think he was part of the deal with Fox. He was part of the deal with Peacock. Like, he is a businessman who is looking at new ventures. He is, like, doing all of that side of stuff, like the commercial sides of things. He is going to have been involved in the budget cuts as well, because he's looking at the numbers. But Tony Khan is not the Grim Reaper. If Tony Khan shows up, he's not there to cut people. Like, he is there, like, to see how the Pizza Hut thing integrated with the match and see if it worked, how it came off, what it was like live in the arena. He's going to be there to see how the Red Notice integration worked, because obviously I heard that WWE were paid a lot to do that whole egg thing, because it's all to promote Red Notice. So Red Notice gave them loads of money to run trailers, have mentions, sponsor the show, have the whole egg thing. They paid a lot of money for that Red Notice. So Tony Khan is looking at all of that stuff as well. So does not surprise me in the slightest. I would be more surprised if Tony Khan. I would be more surprised if Nick Khan wasn't there. Nick Khan is a part of that. Nick Khan is the one that's doing all of that stuff. So I'd be surprised if Nick Khan wasn't there. But as I said, Nick Khan isn't the Grim Reaper. He's not there to just cut talent. He is there to make sure that all of that goes off. And he might have had meetings as well. I mean, they were in Brooklyn, so there's every chance that he was organising meetings around that time. Look, I'll be in Brooklyn around Survivor Series. Let's meet up. And he might have been doing meetings that weekend as well. So it's not a case that he's there going, oh, they botched. Let's write their name down. They ain't going to survive. Oh, my God. Did you see the unbelievable? That's right. They're not getting a good reaction. What's their name? Right, their name's... You just made the list! Like, that's not happening. If they were going to do cuts, they would sit down with Vince, and Vince would be having as much a say as anyone. And don't forget, anyone that gets cut, it's Vince that agrees to it. Don't, not for 1 second get this. If anyone is saying this is Nick Khan's fault, you're completely off, because the final say is Vince McMahon. Vince McMahon is the person who will always turn around and sign off on people losing their jobs. So it's Vince. It doesn't matter if it's Nick Khan or Johnny John. Don't make no difference whatsoever. The role that Nick Khan has is to look for commercial opportunities for WWE, and be part of, like, cutting on the budget when needed. But he ain't going with a list of names and everything. Like, Vince is the one. Vince is the one. I hope the Boogeyman is in the Royal Rumble, says Grant. James Kenny said Jeff Hardy took it. He's going to make scrambled eggs with Willow the Whisk. Willow the Whisk. Willow the Whisk. There is still a lot of wrestlers, says Humble Rumble. Harley said, Days, Charlotte got asked about possibly leaving WWE, and she said, I didn't work this hard just to say goodbye. Airflow Games said, Days, do you think any of the matches from yesterday are match of the year contenders? Yes, I think you could make an argument for two, the main event and the first one. I mean, the first one I was watching and said, this could be the best match WWE have put on main roster-wise. I mean, if we look back, I mean, I feel like Roman has had a lot of great matches. But honestly, I think Becky, Charlotte, the build, the payoff, it was brilliant. It's the first one that comes to mind. I actually think Becky, Charlotte might have just edged Big E Roman, but I do agree that Big E Roman is super close as well. I think both of them matches are fantastic. I think they're brilliant. I really enjoyed them. I think you've got the start is killer, the end is killer, the middle part of Survivor Series sags, but I think the first and the end are really strong. Even the men's, elimination went long. I remember watching it and saying, this is going too long. Like, it felt long. But maybe that's their fault maybe they're just one match short. If you took a little bit away from the women's and you took a little bit away from the men's and you had another match, you could have done like NXT UK champion Dragunov against Ciampa. That would have been a nice advert for NXT UK and NXT. You could have done Dragunov versus Tommaso Ciampa. That would have been brilliant. What a great match. And what a great way to just advertise, hey, did you know we've got NXT UK gives you an opportunity to talk about those shows, how you can watch those shows, when those shows are on. Don't need to make the pay-per-view any bigger. Just take a little bit of time out of the men's Survivor Series match. Didn't need to be that long. Take a little bit of time out of the women's. Didn't need to be that long. And do Tommaso Ciampa against Ilya Dragunov, which would have been great. I would have done that, and I think it would have made the show better. And I'm sure Dragunov and Ciampa would have given us a classic as well. So, yeah, I do think the middle part just sagged a touch, but I think that you could easily make an argument for the first and last match being a match of the year contender. I still think that Dragunov Volta is my match of the year, but I would have Becky Charlotte in my top, probably maybe even my top 5. Maybe my top 5. I'm thinking of Kenny and Daniel Bryan, or Bryan Danielson. I am thinking about that match as well. I'm thinking of Volta and Ilya Dragunov. I'm thinking of... Roman has had some great matches. I think Roman, Daniel Bryan, and Edge was a great match from WrestleMania. And it's hard to not say Bianca and Sasha because of the emotion that was in that match. Like Bianca Sasha, I think the match itself isn't as good as Becky Charlotte, but the fact that Bianca's standing there in tears before the match starts, I think is really, it's what everyone was talking about out of WrestleMania. So I don't know if that'd have that in there. We'll have to get to the end of the year and have a look. But those are the kind of matches that are in my mind. Do you think Brock will still have heat with Adam Pearce, and Adam will have Lashley as protection, and that's how we get that match? I don't know that we're going to get that match, to be honest. I'd be great if we did. It'd be great if we did, but we haven't seen Lashley as protection yet. It's been that Von Wagner, hasn't it? But as Wrestle with Andy said earlier, he's been a bit absent recently, so don't know if they're still going that way. So maybe they will go with that Lashley thing. Airflow Game said, my main roster match of the year is either Roman versus Cena. Yes, that was excellent. Becky, Charlotte. But my overall match would be Volta versus Dragunov. Yes, that's a really good shout. Roman Cena from SummerSlam was excellent. Edward said, I think Finn or Cesaro might win the Rumble, or maybe Bobby, and the women, it could be Naomi or Shayna. I think the Rumbles are quite hard to predict. Right now I'm thinking Brock, because it'll be Brock Roman. I don't think it would be Drew again. So I'd say Brock, which might be a bit uninspiring, but I can only tell you what I'm thinking. I'm thinking who is going to face Roman. I think it'll be Brock. I don't know what's going to happen with Raw, so I think that's going to be difficult to say. But it could be like a Seth, but Seth won it the other year, so I don't know if they would do that again. So at the moment, I'm thinking Brock, but I'm not feeling great about that. And I'm thinking Liv, to be honest. I'm thinking Liv because I don't know why. Just because whenever anything comes up, I always think this will be when they start moving on her. I think a lot will depend how Liv's feud goes with Becky. If Liv's feud with Becky is well received and the ratings are great and people are loving it, then that could be the start of her getting a big push. This could be a big feud for Liv Morgan. If this bombs, no one's interested, no one's talking about it, the segments aren't doing that great, WWE will surely just go a different direction then. Would you be down for Roman keeping the belt till 39, losing it to The Rock? Then The Rock retires, relinquishes the belt, says he's done his job, and we get a tournament. No, I wouldn't. I'd hate that. I would hate that because I don't mind Roman keeping it to 39, but Rock is not the person to beat Roman because Rock doesn't need it. Like whoever beats Roman is that's a big deal. Right? And that's going to really help someone's career. If whoever is the next person to beat Roman can brag about it. They are the tribal chief killer. Yeah? The tribal chief slayer. The chief slayer. Right? The head of the table slayer. The Roman slayer. The rain ender. Like, whatever. Like, they can brag about it. So, for it to be The Rock and then The Rock go, bye. No one benefits then. No one gets the push. Like the Rock gets it and does one. So that would be bad booking because there'd be no benefit. There'd be no upside. It needs to be someone like Big E, Drew, not Brock. I wouldn't have it be Brock. But it needs to be someone that is on the main roster that's going to be able to shout about the fact they achieved that because it's a big achievement. So, yeah, I don't mind The Rock keeping the title. I don't mind Roman keeping the title for a while because, as I said, I think once he loses it, for me, he loses it. We move on to a different thing. So I don't mind Roman keeping it for a while, but I think the fact that he is going to lose it to someone like The Rock would be a bad move. Hasib said, that's my point. It shows that no one can beat Roman in his era, and he's too good, in my opinion. I just think that's bad booking, though. I think that Roman needs to... Wrestling should be about paying it back. This is my niggle with The Undertaker. Like, for as great as The Undertaker's career was, I'm disappointed that he didn't give back at the end. Like, the tradition is you always lose your last match because you go out on your back... giving back to the business, and that's how the business works. Like, think of all the people that Roman has beaten and all the people that have had to lay down for Roman, and what it's done is it's built Roman up to be this massive deal. He has got to give all of that now, pass that on to someone. You would be passing it on to The Rock. So you're not saying that no one can beat Roman, you're saying The Rock can beat Roman. So you're saying The Rock is the one, and then The Rock turns around and says bye. So all of that achievement goes to The Rock, who doesn't need it, and then retires. So no one benefits. So for me, it has to be someone that's an active superstar on the roster that can then use it and go forward and be a bigger star as a result. I think either Brock or Braun or Seth could take the title. How long have we got? 15 minutes. Wow, that's flown. We've been talking for like an hour and 15 minutes. That's absolutely flown. I knew there was a reason why we started that little bit earlier this week. Big Raw tonight. I am genuinely looking forward to tonight. A lot of the time we go into it and it's like, oh, it's a go home, or they've only announced this one thing, or oh, it's going to suck. I actually think tonight's going to be pretty good. I'm up for tonight. I think tonight is going to be a lot of fun because I just think that they're coming out of Survivor Series. There isn't another pay-per-view for quite a long time now, so they're going to have to build things for future episodes of Raw. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if we get Becky versus Liv on a future episode of Raw. They might not wait for day one, because day one is weeks and weeks and weeks away. It's going to be hard to drag it out that long, in all fairness. So I'm going to think that they're going to build some stuff for future Raws. We're going to get some movement on feuds, and obviously the whole egg situation as well. Who's got the egg? So yeah, there's plenty to look forward to tonight. This is actually a Raw I'm genuinely looking forward to. Wolf Plays says, okay, Days, what is The Rock goes to WrestleMania and says, I don't want the title. I just want to show you that you need to be humble. And I'm going to win and say I did it. Well, I don't mind him saying that, but I don't want him to be the one to pin him. I don't want The Rock to get anything from Roman. The Rock doesn't need it. We don't... What do we gain by The Rock doing that? Like, we get, a nice WrestleMania moment. You could book loads of nice WrestleMania moments. What we need is a superstar to be built. We've got to build stars. We need to make Big E feel like a legit champion. We need Kevin Owens to feel bigger. We need Finn Balor to feel bigger. We need Drew McIntyre to not feel like a Cringeosaurus Rex, right? We need to just build stars. And the way that you do that is by putting them in main event matches, giving them good storylines to, get their teeth into, giving them TV time, promo time, having them standing opposite someone like Roman, getting a win over Roman. Like, that's how you're going to do it. That's how you're going to build the stars that we need to build. Giving The Rock the TV time to build up his match for WrestleMania, giving him Roman at WrestleMania, having him beat Roman at WrestleMania, even if it's not for the title, still gives like a lot to The Rock, who then leaves. This is why John Cena didn't beat Roman at SummerSlam. There was no benefit in John Cena beating Roman Reigns, because what do you get? You get a nice SummerSlam moment, but it actually takes away the opportunity for someone on the roster to get that moment ultimately and actually use it more. I mean, what's the point in having The Rock do that and achieve that, and then he goes off to Hollywood? I mean, fine, it's great for The Rock. Do you know what I mean? It's great for The Rock, but it ain't great for WWE, and it ain't great for the other people on the roster, and it ain't great for Roman. So, like, WWE loses, Roman obviously loses, the other people on the roster lose because they now don't have the opportunity to be that person. Who wins? The Rock wins. Listen, The Rock's winning already. Have you seen it? Like, he's the highest paid man in Hollywood. Like, he's got a great life, and he's out of wrestling. So he can come back and he can take a loss to Roman, yeah? But he doesn't need the title. He doesn't need to humble Roman. He can try, but he doesn't need to achieve it because someone else needs to achieve it. We've got to build stars. All you hear all the time is how WWE aren't building new stars. Like, that's one of the big criticisms. So to have one of the easiest ways that you could build a star, it's one of the easiest guaranteed ways you can build a star, is who will beat Roman, who will beat Roman, who will take that title. To sacrifice that and give it to someone that's a part-timer who we might not see for another 12 months, 24 months, or ever in the ring again. No way. No way. I think it would be a big, big mistake. I personally wouldn't go that way. And I have to tell you, I don't think WWE are going to go that way either. I really don't think WWE are going to do that for that reason, because WWE don't gain anything from that. They're already connected to The Rock. And The Rock doesn't need building. He wouldn't benefit from it. Miss Clown 1 says, what's your favorite kind of wall? Mine is brick, lol. Mine is Jericho. Hasib said, would you prefer Roman to be the one to retire The Rock at Mania? Yes, definitely. I would definitely go that way, dude. Yeah. I would definitely go that way. I would have him retire The Rock. As I said, when you retire, you go out on your back. You take the pin, 1, 2, 3. You give back to the business. The Rock is one of the biggest stars in the world, right? If he has a match, it is going to bring extra eyes. Of course it is. There's people that are going to want to see what The Rock does, yeah? It's going to be a great spotlight for Roman. I mean, believe it or not, there will be people tuning in that don't normally watch because it's The Rock, yeah? It will be a great spotlight for Roman. And if you put Roman over, and The Rock would do that, he would take the loss to its family. He would take the loss to Roman, right? That is going to make Roman seem even bigger. You are making Roman even bigger. Roman Reigns now isn't just beating the roster. He is beating one of the all-time greats. He's not just beating Big E or Rey Mysterio, who is an all-time great, but he is quite small. But he's now beating The Rock. So, like, that would be huge for Roman. It would be the right thing for The Rock to do. It means someone else can beat Roman. Yeah, I would genuinely be very, very surprised if they were to have The Rock go over Roman. And I think a lot of you would as well. If we were to do a poll, I would imagine a lot of you would be surprised as well. You'd probably go with Roman. Do you like pizza? Only if it's been thrown into the crowd by a WWE superstar. Thank you. Kevin Owens is a sole loser of a lot of matches. Are we going to get a Survivor Series do-over tonight? I certainly hope not. The only match I've seen advertised is the Mysterios versus Bobby Lashley in a handicap match. That's all I've seen. Who has the egg? That's the question. Who has the egg? We'll have a look at the poll in a second because I haven't actually seen the current results. But my guess, I'm looking at the screen that you can see. It doesn't tell me any numbers. My guess is people were going to say Sonya and Naomi. That's what I think. Let's have a look. It is... Oh, I'm wrong. 35% of people think it's the Bloodline. Wow, that was the option I thought was least likely of the three. To be honest, I mean, it makes sense for Sonya to steal it, plant it on Naomi. Naomi gets in trouble. Naomi might steal it, plant it on Sonya. Not as likely. Sami Zayn, upset at being kicked out of Survivor Series, might have done it and is a heel. Kevin Owens, obviously turning heel right now. I mean, he walks away from the Survivor Series team. So we are seeing a Kevin Owens heel turn. He might have done it. Bloodline, I just couldn't really think why they would bother. Like, why does Roman care about the egg? Like, I know it's 100 million, but Roman's not motivated by money. He's motivated by power. So why would he steal the egg? Paul Heyman ain't going to do it. Not unless Roman tells him to. The only thing I could think was that the Usos might do it. The Usos might do it as a prank. Like, look what I've got. We're not going to get in trouble because we're with the tribal chief kind of a thing. So, yeah, I must admit, I put Bloodline on there and I was like, I'm not sure about these, but they're top. They're top, 36%. 32% is other. I'm guessing are people thinking Brock. Brock's name's been mentioned quite a bit. Then you've got Sonya and Naomi at 18%, and then Owens and Zayn at 15%. London Askew said, I think Brock did it. Insaf said, it's definitely the Bloodline. Harley said, maybe because it's The Rock's egg. XFL, oh yeah, that's true. XFL says, Vince may have grapefruits, but Linda's eggs are very impressive. That's true. I know all about that. Planet Dan said, I agree, Dwayne Johnson as Joe Anoa'i's cousin. Hang on, I was reading it and then it shot up. Yeah, let me know. Who do you think took it then? I'm really surprised that I'm really surprised at these results. Days, the egg could mean power and Roman wants that power. So you think the egg symbolizes power? That's interesting. Planet Dan said, I agree, Dwayne Johnson as Joe Anoa'i's cousin won't want to beat him. He has already said he wants to put him over. Days, Roman might have done it because it was The Rock that gave it to Vince and is jealous. It could be what kicks off the rivalry. Well, the only thing I keep coming back to is that I genuinely don't think they're planning that rivalry until 2023. I don't think the match is until 2023. So why would you build it now if you're not going to build to a match? Like next year, I think the opponent is Drew or Brock. I could be wrong. I'm only going by the dirt sheets and by what Heyman said in that interview. But I'm of the belief that next year is Roman and Brock. Roman or Brock or Roman and Drew. So why kickstart a feud now that's not going to have a payoff till WrestleMania 39? That's my only thinking. If they are doing it next year, then yes. LSW said, the egg has power. It's a freaking egg! LSW, show some respect. It's gold egg. Thank you. What do you think is inside the golden egg? I think a golden toy. It's basically the world's first Kinder Surprise. Adil said, Days, I think Sonya took it, planted it on Naomi. I'm thinking that as well. Well, we'll find out, won't we? Days, Poundland has those eggs. Amazing. Christopher said, HBK, Triple H, Kevin Nash, Undertaker, Kane, Royal Rumble 2022 win. HBK, Triple H, Undertaker, Kane, Kevin Nash, and The Rock. That is a lot of winners. Roman has already beaten Drew and Big E. It makes no sense for them to beat him. It's not saying it should be The Rock, but it definitely should be someone that he's not faced, says Tom. But what if that person can turn around and say they know how to do it now? They faced him and they've, lost, but they've changed. They've improved. They're a different person. They know how to do it now. Like, I'm not saying it's going to happen next week or whatever, but, we're talking 5 months, 6 months. Could Big E, after having a really good title reign, say he's ready now? Like, I reckon you could get back round to it. Days, we need a watch-along for Red Notice. It's on Netflix, isn't it? Is it literally a film about an egg? BBB Yipsy said, I've got a confession. I stole the egg. It's fake. It's gold-painted, and it's worth $5.99. Did you know that Darby Allin was married to Gigi Dolan? I didn't know they were married, but I knew they were in a very, very serious relationship. But I didn't know they were married. But yeah, I know they were together for a long time. Miss Calmon said, can I stretch your muffler? Dude, that is my chat-up line when I go to clubs. The amount of times that I've been slapped. Because no one knows what I'm talking about. Well, they think they do. Austin Theory has got the golden egg. That's a great chat-up line if you went to, if there was a wrestling-themed club, which there should be. A wrestling-themed club somewhere in the world, maybe Orlando, and you could go and it has merch up on the walls and they're showing matches, and you could go up to someone and you could use that line. It scrambles my mind that people are actually excited over this. It's got over so easy. Nice. I see what you did. Heel Fries says, where is the guy who was supposed to turn heel and be called the Virus? That sounds like a Vince thing. God damn, it's the Virus. Cyrus the Virus. Right, here we go then, friends. I hope Raw just starts with someone going, egg! Bum, 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 bum. How about Alexa Bliss? Yep, she stole the egg. Egg Alexa Bliss. Egg Lexa. There it is. There it flipping is. Vince again. Vince, look. Well, that looks awkward, doesn't it? Vince is sat there, drumming his fingers with Adam Pearce and Son. Why aren't they interviewing people? Interview people. Why are they all sat in a room, just staring at each other? Does look expensive. Looks like $100 million. Good to see you. That's Cleopatra's egg. Given to me by The Rock. This is the real thing. This is not a stage prop. Later that night. Did you notice that Vince has got a red phone cover? Look, Red's got a red phone cover. Vince is Raw. Vince has been drafted to Raw. $100 million egg. Yeah, it is possible. Heather, shout out to you. Hope you're well. Vince is going to get to the bottom of this. Thieves. Thieves. No clues, nothing. Do you know the value? The Rock gave me this. It's not the value. Someone stole something from Vince McMahon. We have no clues. The whole place has been searched. You two won't be here. You two will be let go. It's blurry footage. It could be a woman. CM Punk on Raw tonight? I don't believe so. If they can, wow, okay. If a superstar brings the culprit to Vince, they'll get a title shot. So whoever that is, okay, that was a bit there. There's a bit to unpack there. Days, look at WrestleMania 3 when Hogan wrestled Andre. Andre put Hogan over, says Robert. Indeed. Days, if someone beats Roman, it shouldn't be Brock or Drew. Whoever beats Roman should be a mid-carder. They would be turned into a big star like Ricochet or a face Sammy or maybe Austin Theory, says Notorious Nightmare. Right, Randy Orton doesn't know where Riddle is. What did you do? Riddle's here and he's got facial hair, so he looks more like Randy. He's got a goatee like Randy, and he's got a vest top like Randy. Look, he's getting on Randy Orton's nerves, man. Ah, they mention it. It's good, isn't it? He's trying to talk like he's doing like a Randy Orton promo to Randy Orton. Okay, bro. It's not gone down well. I said be like me. I didn't say be me. I'm hearing voices. He's doing the... He is going the extra. He's coming out to Randy Orton's music. Randy Orton didn't like it, man. Hey, that's fun. Oh my gosh, Riddle. Crime mystery. I love it, says Jared. Yeah, I mean, that was interesting. Vince was like, there could be a reward. He was saying, whoever brings the culprit... Look at his flip-flop boots as well. Look at the flip-flop boots. It's good. It's good. Okay, bro. Riddle making his way down. Which one is that, says Corey Grace. Hang on, which one is that? This is wrestling. Bravo, WWE. This is fun, man, isn't it? It's good. This is fun. I'm loving this as Airflow Games. Yeah, this is great. Do you know what? This is actual entertainment. This is actually funny. It's not dripsticks and stuff like that. This is actually funny. From Riddle. And Randy Orton head in his hand. Legend Killer, shout out to you. Hope you're well, dudes. Shaquem is loving it. Delwyn is loving it. It sounds like Owen making fun of someone. It's Riddle. Riddle's out there. I'd have Vince using the not missing egg to manipulate people, and The Rock returns to rock bottom Vince. They are separating Arcade Bro when they lose the titles. Now it's confirmed, says Shoggoth9T. The Randy Brothers. The Randy Brothers. Yes. Randy Riddle. Randy Orton and Randy Riddle. It's Riddle versus Dolph Ziggler is what we're going to. Good start, man. Good start. I mean, just seeing Vince is great. Just seeing Vince alone makes you go, oh, okay, this is cool. Like, he does some crazy stuff, and like sometimes he doesn't make sense, and he's getting on in age, but he's just such... I mean, you pop when you see Stone Cold, or you pop when you see The Rock. And I'd argue there's no bigger star than Vince McMahon himself. I mean, he is wrestling, isn't he? I mean, he took over in the early 80s. And WrestleMania was his vision. The network, obviously, he jumped on that like long before anyone else came along with it. And he's just trailblazed all the time. I mean, he's done a lot of stuff wrong as well, of course, and in recent times, but it's still Vince, and you still pop. You've still got that reaction when he's on screen, so it's really cool. I didn't realise WWE now turned into flipping Scooby-Doo. Dave's green shirt guy stole the egg, said Edward Brown. I'm not looking forward to this match, but the Riddle stuff was great. Hype Man said Vince is looking quite good, actually. Yeah, he is looking a bit healthier than he has recently. That's a really good point. He is looking better than he has in quite a while. Yeah, I do agree with that. Jose said we hate him, but we love him, but we hate him, but we love him. it is that love-hate relationship with him, isn't it? Like, when you see, like, people losing their jobs and that are under contract, like, you do hate him. Like, the ruthless businessman side of him. You could argue WWE wouldn't be where it was if he didn't have that. I mean, that ruthless businessman side of him was why the territories ended up getting ripped apart. You know, back in the day, like, each area had its own promotion. Vince just came along and started taking all their stars. And, you know, there was I don't know if you knew this, but there was a meeting by the NWA that was all about Vince and what Vince was doing, because Vince was taking all the talent from, like, Texas and from, like, the Carolinas. He was taking all the big names and taking them to WWE. And, like, they just couldn't compete with it. So all the other promotions had a meeting. And I can't remember who it was. I think it was JR. Jim Ross was there. And he says that he was in the bathroom at this meeting because he went along with one of the promoters, because he wasn't with WWE at the time. It's before he joined. But he was in the bathroom and he overheard them talking about killing Vince McMahon. He overheard a conversation about a couple of promoters talking about how they would look to kill Vince McMahon for what he was doing. And that was heard by JR, and it's spoken about in his book. So, I mean, like, it's crazy what he has done in wrestling. So, yeah, there is a love-hate relationship for what he's done over the years. But, man, to see it, it's... Because you also know you won't see him for long. I mean, like, will you still see him in 20 years' time? Probably not. 15 years? 10 years? I don't know. I mean, how old is he? Something like 70... something? I don't know. Who knows? Right, we are back, and Ziggler is making his way down. We've got Riddle in the ring, so it's Riddle versus Ziggler. They're just showing that we've got the Mysterios taking on Bobby Lashley. 2-on-1. 2-on-1 handicap match. Are these graphics new? These graphics are new. Airflow said, that's crazy, I never heard that. It's in JR's book. I think it's Slobber Knocker. The book Slobber Knocker. I bought it as an audio. It's the first audio book I ever bought. I bought it like earlier this year, and I was listening to it, and yeah, it's one of the stories in there. Because JR used to work with, I can't remember what the promotion was called, but before he was in WWE, he was with Cowboy Bill Watts. I think, was it Mid-South Wrestling? Might have been Mid-South Wrestling. And they went along to that meeting. And JR was in the bathroom and overheard people talking about killing Vince. Right, anyway. Oh, look at that. There's a sign. Someone's got a sign that says Dolph is money. So Riddle is wrestling in the goatee. Is wrestling in black trunks as well, just like Randy. He has painted his toenails yellow. Riddle's toenails are painted yellow. Riddle has got Dolph on his back. Dolph rolls Riddle over to kick out by Riddle. Can someone remind me on what happened at the start of the show with the egg? Yeah, basically we saw Vince backstage with Adam Pearce and Sonya. He said if the egg wasn't returned by the end of the night, they would both be let go. And he said that if someone knows where it is and they bring him the culprit, then he will give them a title match against Big E tonight. And the Raw graphics are new, by the way. There are new Raw graphics. They're basically the same, but it's just got more of an outline to it. So it's the same shape and everything, but it's got like an outline that wasn't there before. So Raw logo has been updated. Not drastically, just a little tweak. But yeah, new
My
graphics tonight. Might have a look on Twitter, see if people have Twitter. Because I'll try and show you what it looks like for those that aren't watching. The mustache has been ripped off. So we've got the mustache and the goatee. You would have got away with it if it wasn't for those meddling kids. Right, you can see the graphic behind. Riddle spinning around. Yeah, you can see the old Raw graphic behind me. And he throws Ziggler out the ring. So, Riddle in the middle of the ring. Goes crashing down over the top onto Ziggler. Feels like we're about to go to commercial break, are we? Randy comes round to check on Riddle. And Dolph comes round. It's a super kick by Dolph as Riddle went out the ring. And now Dolph and Rude are doing the pose. Right, this is what I was looking for. I was getting distracted. So that's it. It's not the biggest change in the world, but you can see the one behind me. It's just like 2D, really. And then this one, it's just got a bit more of an outline to it. So that's the Raw logo that they seem to be using now. A victory lap for Big Time Bex tonight. So we've got that on the show tonight as well. So Big Time Bex has got a victory lap. I'm sure we'll be getting Liv Morgan featuring in that victory lap. But yeah, that's the slightly changed Raw logo. I am going to have to do these thumbnails. People keep saying, like, oh, you've got release stars on the thumbnail. But the truth is, if I was to change the thumbnail, I'd be changing it every week. And, like, now I'd have to change it again because now we've got this slightly changed Raw graphic. So I'm pleased I haven't changed it before. Edward said, do you think if it wasn't for Vince, wrestling wouldn't be where it is today? 100%. I don't know where it would be today. I'm not saying that it wouldn't be as big. It might be as big. It could be bigger. Who knows? You know, I think if Vince never did it, I think someone would have done it. I think someone would have took the big stars from the territory. I don't think the territories was going to be sustainable as cable TV came in because things moved national. Things went national. And as cable TV arrived, so did the opportunity to have one promotion on that. I mean, the NWA could have done a show and just gone around to the different territories and shown off, like, you know, what was happening in the Carolinas, what's happening in Texas, what's happening in New York, what's happening over in LA. Like, they could have done that. But I think ultimately one promotion would have won, would have broke through. Vince just didn't mess around. It was just Vince just did it. Went and got. That's why in the 80s you see like Roddy Piper arriving, Junkyard Dog arriving, you know, the Ricky the Dragon Steamboat, Jake the Snake Roberts. Like, it just goes and gets, you know, the Road Warriors, turns them into the Legion of Doom. You know, he just goes and gets like all the big stars basically. And then you get obviously the birth of WrestleMania, and we're off and running. You know. He then moves past the NWA and all the territory stuff, get into the 90s, and then you have him against WCW. He then gets past that little thing with TNA, but there was never really a threat. And now he's up against AEW. John says, it's all about the boom. Adam Cole, baby. Ba-dum, bam, bam, ba-da-dum. Days, I actually don't care about the egg, but this is actually really exciting. It's something to look forward to. Is it silly? Yes, but is it an actual storyline? Do you know what? I think if the egg didn't involve Vince, it wouldn't feel as special. Like, this story is so silly that Vince has to be a part of it to make it feel important. Because Vince is a part of it, it automatically feels important. It feels important because Vince is involved. So I think that's a really important factor, is that Vince is involved. And I agree. I'm waiting for this match to end, to be honest, so that we can get back to the egg hunt. That's what I'm waiting for. Riddle colliding into Dolph. Do you think the egg story will pay off with a nice reveal, or will it be a disappointment? I'm hoping for a nice reveal. I'm hoping for something nice, of course. If it's going to be a disappointment, which it very much could be, then it's a shame, because I think that this is so weird. It is so weird. I'm the first to admit it's weird. It's so weird because it's a silly storyline, but I really want to know how it's going to pay off. I really want to know where it's leading. So, and the fact that the culprit could, or whoever brings the culprit, kick out by Riddle, gets a title shot. And the fact he said against Big E as well makes me think it's going to be a guy. I don't know. I don't know how it's going to pay off. Did they already talk about it? They did. It opened the show. Please let it be the Repo Man. Repo Man. It won't be done tonight because it could have been a SmackDown star, says James. That's true. I watch wrestling for wrestling, not an egg hunt, says Stone9540. Well, you're getting wrestling now. We got Riddle and Dolph. Lawrence said, I was hoping to see the upcoming TLC, but it's cancelled. Was it day one? Yes. Baron Blade stole the egg, says Lawrence. Day one is TLC this year, yes. So there is no TLC. It's day one, which I'm quite looking forward to. Is it just going to be another pay-per-view, or is it going to, feel fresh and different? I hope it feels fresh and different. Here we go. Riddle going to that dark place. Ziggler is down. Riddle is getting ready to do the RKO. Goes for it. Gets it. Yeah, he gets it. And Randy Orton looks quite impressed with it. And there we go. Riddle gets the RKO and the win. Randy Orton celebrates it. Green shirt guy is in the crowd. Rude is in there. Kick to the midsection. He gives him back his moustache. I don't know where the goatee went. Fist bump. Nice. But Bro Derek hit by Randy. So Riddle does the RKO and Randy Orton does the Bro Derek. That was nice. So there we go. We've got Randy going up the one side. We've got Riddle going up the other. I think Randy's saying, you did all right, you did all right. And they both do the poses. Yeah, that was all right. Will you do the live stream for day one? Of course, we do them for every pay-per-view, every Raw, every SmackDown. Your dong stole the egg, says Tony. Maybe it is me, but Riddle painting his toes makes him kind of sissified. Don't know. I mean, in this day and age, people are free to do what they want. I don't think that they would have been allowed to have done it back in, like, the 80s. It was a different time, wasn't it, back then? But I think in this day and age, if he wants to do that, he ain't harming anyone. Right, we're backstage. What's going on? It's just being chucked around and people are frantically searching for the friggin' egg. Where's the egg? They've got a room full of tables and everything, and there's just loads of superstars just... Why do they think it's in that room? R-Truth has got a football. R-Truth had a football. He's like, I found the egg. I found the egg. It's just carnage in every room. Oh, it's good. It's good, man. And look, it's good. Oh, my God, it's good. We've got, like, the whole roster involved that are, like, running around. R-Truth going, I got the egg. Wow. Boo. There we go. That was good, wasn't it? That was good. This is fun, says J14. Could have called day one New Year's Revolution. That would have given me flashbacks. What if this is the way they bring back Elias, says James Chadwick. Maybe. Maybe. Is this a different stadium? Is this a different stadium? Do you know what? I don't know. I don't actually know where we are tonight. Are we in a different arena? Let's have a look. WWE Raw. November 22nd, 2021. We are. Let's find out who stole Vince's egg. It doesn't actually say on the preview. Barclays Center. Yeah, they're at the Barclays Center. Monday Night Raw, Barclays Center. So yeah, same place. What would you think of Volta having the egg? I don't want Volta to have the egg, but I'm down for Volta finding the egg. But the only problem is then that means that he's going to get a title shot against Big E, and I don't want Volta losing to Big E, and I don't want Big E losing to Volta, so don't know, I'd be worried, to be honest. I hate how they always have to show video packages. Edward said, another move in background, I prefer them. Yeah, this one's a bit more subtle, isn't it? It's just a little bit more subtle, but I like the one yesterday. But this one, you know, it's got a little something going, but you don't really notice it at first. But yeah, I think it's pretty cool. We're leveling up. We're leveling up. Right. I read on Fightful that Austin Theory is pitched to be involved in some capacity, but the final plan was even worse, says Planet Dan. Victory lap for Big Time Bex up next. We're going to commercial break. Airflow said, this show's been awesome. Legend Killer said, I will have Amos beat Roman Reigns. What do you think about that? He's not the person I would have. I don't hate it. My only problem with it is he's got a good look, and he is being made to look like a monster. I just don't think he can promo, and I don't know that he can have great matches. I mean, it's just a little bit of a problem if you've got a wrestler that can't really wrestle and can't cut promos. That's my only concern. But he's got the look. He's absolutely got the look. Maybe if he had a manager. Maybe if he had a manager and his matches were booked like Brock's matches, they're just going to be short, high impact. I mean, Brock is basically just strikes and suplexes. Like, maybe if you just had Amos do that, strikes and suplexes or whatever it might be, choke slams or whatever, you know, you just give him like 5 moves. Just have his matches be quite hard-hitting, legit, make him feel like a monster. Give him like MVP. MVP would be quite a good mouthpiece for, because MVP did a good job with Bobby. So MVP might be all right with Amos. But yeah, I mean, there needs to be some work done. Let's put it that way. There needs to be some work done. It doesn't feel like the right person to me. But if you wanna go big on Amos, then do the right work, and you might be able to get somewhere. Jared said, it's Rikishi. He did it for The Rock. Bailey probably stole it, said Joseph. Ted DiBiase stole the egg. Austin Theory needs the United States Championship. Yeah, I mean, if it is Austin Theory, why? Would be my first question. Why would he steal the egg? Because surely he's just going to get in trouble. Unless Austin Theory is going to unless he stole the egg to plant it on someone to then name them to get in Vince's good books. I mean, that is just a messy plan, though, isn't it? I don't know. Let's see. Let's just see. It could be Elias because he was never drafted, and it's reported that he will get a big push, says Ashton. Maybe it was the Repo Man. Right, we are still at commercial break at the moment. We're already half an hour into the show. Half an hour into the show already. And we've got big time Bex coming up next. It's Via Mahan that took the egg. The thing is, the motive, very few people have any motive at all. I think The Rock stole the egg. Carolina said, why would you disrespect Becky like that? Because she deserves it. That's why. She deserves it. Big loser Bex. Fightful shouldn't leak who stole the egg. It is too good of a story. That's what they're going to do, though, innit? I mean, that's what the dirt sheets are there for. They're there to, release that information to people that can't wait. I agree. I think it's a shame for that kind of stuff. I mean, to know what's going on behind the scenes is quite interesting, but to reveal, who is responsible for, this storyline, that's a shame. But if they've got that information, they're going to reveal it, aren't they? Jensen said, Finn, Big E, Priest, Woods, or Jeff to beat Roman, says Jensen. Jensen, shout out to you. Let's see what Bex has got to say. She's probably lay into Charlotte again. A bit of humility would be nice. A little bit it was very emotional last night. I just want to move on. Fair play to Charlotte. She pushed me to my limits. Something like that. That'd be nice. I don't think that's what we're getting. Let's see. Mitch Bennett took the egg. He wants revenge, says Defcon Prime Eric Dirigi. Right, here we go. Let's see what she's got to say. Brooklyn. Yep. It was 3 years ago when my career skyrocketed. Right here. That was a culmination of a decade of love and hate. I wanted to hurt her. Yep. Of course I won. Of course I proved I was the best. That was never really a question. Because you love something fresh and new. The butler did it. Well, if you think about it, the person who stole the egg isn't going to be a big star. The person who finds the thief will be the big star. I reckon Austin Theory took a selfie with the egg. Cheer for Liv Morgan. Three hours of Raw being this fun. I'm down with. Becky says, I used to care about your opinion until you showed you were full of. Seth stole the egg so that he could face Big E tonight. I agree with you. None of those superstars has what it takes to beat me, least of all Liv Morgan. Because she's won one match in 4 years. She won't beat me. Not every underdog has its day. No one is getting this title off of big time Bex. Read the room, Becky. Read the room. And now she's cutting that heel promo as expected. This ain't as cringe as I expected, so that's good. True, it's easy to fool this crowd, says Erase Your Mind. I really thought Liv was going to come out, though. I thought that Liv was going to come out. She didn't. I really thought when she was talking about Liv Morgan and everything that the music would hit and Liv Morgan would come out. I really think Liv Morgan needs better music as well. That. The Raw stream hasn't started for me. It's some cop show. Well, yeah, it's a cop show right here. Yeah, we're trying to figure out who took the egg. Right, here's Bianca. That was a bit of a weird segment, wasn't it? The fact that, like, no one came out. Becky's running off her mouth and no one came out. Bianca Belair, the EST of WWE. Is she having a match tonight? I don't know. Yes, she is. Bianca Belair. Dun 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 dun. I never needed you at all. Right, Bianca, don't know who she's facing. We've got people in the crowd with EST signs. There's a lot of signs in the crowd. More, isn't there? I mean, a lot of them are just print-offs, but that WWE have put there. But there's a bit of energy in this crowd. It's a good crowd, actually. They were good last night as well. And they're good tonight. EST. EST. Came back from being 4-1. I hope Asuka returns early so that she can take out all the women in the locker room and get back to a mean streak. That would be cool. That would be cool. There's no denying that I am the BEST. I was the sole survivor. EST, EST, EST. Oh, yeah, she just mentioned Dewdrop. I forgot about that. Maybe Dewdrop can go find Mr. McMahon, find his golden egg, rather than coming after me. All right, she's going up against Tamina now. Ain't no one whoop me, because I'm the EST of WWE. Right, Bianca Belair versus Tamina. I agree with AEW chance. We're no way AEW would have a stupid match like this on AEW. But why should AEW fans come to WWE and do that? Like, we've not had WWE fans go into... Just because they wouldn't do that in AEW, why does that mean that we should have AEW chants at this show? It doesn't make any sense. It's got nothing... This has got nothing to do with AEW. Surely, if you're an AEW fan and you're watching this and you go, well, they wouldn't do this in AEW, wouldn't you just be like, well, I'm glad they don't do this in AEW and just move on with your life? Why should it be acceptable for AEW chants? Would AEW fans like it if there was WWE chants throughout matches on AEW? Because I'm pretty sure that would upset a lot of AEW fans. Bailey stole the egg. Maybe she sandbags Cole. Who did Tamina face last week? Dude, honestly, I switch off when Tamina walks out. So I couldn't even tell you. I couldn't even tell you the last match she had. I couldn't tell you any match she had. Bye Ruby Tuesday. Houston said this is going to be better than last week's match. Days, question for you and the chat. Who do you think on the Raw roster, apart from Bianca, would give Becky a good run for her money? Liv wouldn't. I say Rhea would. Well, I agree that Rhea would. I don't mind seeing Liv have a go. They just haven't built her to feel like a threat. But, yeah, I mean, I agree with Rhea. I would imagine Shayna. Is Shayna on this roster? If she is, I would imagine Shayna would. I can't remember which brand Shayna's on right now. Shayna might be on SmackDown. I can't remember. She was only on Survivor Series last night. AEW chants, CM Punk chants are cringe, especially in 2021. Rafi said, I thought they planned for Bianca versus Doudrop tonight instead of a Raw rematch from last week. If they faced last week, I honestly don't remember it. I mean, I don't even care about this match. I don't remember it happening before. I just don't care enough to remember Tamina matches. Tamina is meaner than John Cena. LB said Triple H stole the egg. He cashes it in for $100 million and starts his own promotion. Alan said the thing is the segments are new, but all the matches are rematches, which makes it such a drag to stay entertained. I don't disagree with that. I do think that Ziggler versus Riddle, I was just waiting to get through. And this match, I'm just going to wait to get through. So I do agree that seeing Vince at the start was cool. Seeing the superstars ripping apart backstage was cool. Seeing Riddle, like, I've enjoyed the entertainment tonight. I just haven't cared for the wrestling. I just don't care about Riddle and Dolph Ziggler. Cause if Ziggler wins, who cares? If Riddle wins, who cares? And the same with this match here. If Bianca wins, who cares? If Tamina wins, who cares? So I agree. I think that it's a shame that the matches tonight so far haven't been bigger or mattered more. Right, we've got Bianca, Tamina underway. If a woman finds it and brings it, do they get to face Big E? I would guess they would face Big Time Bex. Over in the corner goes Tamina. Cartwheel escape by Bianca. Nice moonsault by Bianca. Single leg drop kick. Tamina going against the ropes. Another single leg drop kick as Tamina goes against the ropes. On the back, kick to the midsection by Bianca. Tamina is suplexed. Kip up by Bianca. Hairspin. Bianca, handstand, moonsault. 1, 2. Days, is it who finds the egg gets a title shot, or who finds out who did it? No, he said who. If they bring me the culprit, I think is what Vince's exact words were. So you've got to bring the culprit. That's who gets the title shot. I don't know what happens to the culprit. Roll through by Bianca. Bianca over in the corner, goes to throw a big strike. Tamina moves out the way, and Bianca goes face first. Kick coming in by Tamina. Bianca against the ropes. Upon horrible Samoan drop. Tamina. She got her like that. She didn't even like get into position. She kind of got her like this and just went back, and it just looked a bit rushed. She could have just got her on the shoulders, got into a better position, and gone back. It was sloppy Tamina. Let's see if Tamina can win this week. Nope. Said Zoom Station. Nope. If they find the egg, they get a prize. It's like a carnival. Right, we've got neck crank by Tamina. Tamina in control at the moment. We've had 47 minutes of the show so far. Still no egg has been found. So she's still twisting the neck of Bianca Belair. Alex said, what would you say is the worst WWE match in history? I've heard the Elimination Chamber match from December to Dismember is a contender with the IWC. Worst WWE match in history. It is a contender. I mean, that is regarded as the worst pay-per-view ever. December to Dismember. It was an ECW pay-per-view, but I mean, it was just not ECW. It was WWE's version. The whole thing was just, it was off. The whole thing was just off. It just never quite got going, and the matches were awful, and that Elimination Chamber match is bad. I don't know that it's the worst match in history. Trying to think about some of the -5 stars. I mean, like, the first one that comes to mind is the boxing match between Mr. T and Roddy Piper. I don't think it's that bad, but Dave Meltzer, I'm sure, gave it like a -5 stars. I don't think it's that bad. Hang on, Bianca's got Tamina up. KOD to Tamina. Rolls Tamina over. 1, 2, 3. Boom. Yeah, it'd be a good one for the chat, that. What do you think the worst WWE match ever is? I mean, there's been a lot of just stupid squash matches. I mean, you could make an argument for, like, Brock and Kofi, 7 seconds, but because that upset a load of people. You could make an argument for Fiend and Seth Rollins, Hell in a Cell. But, oh, here's Doudrop from behind. Bianca wins. Doudrop attacks from behind. Doudrop, crossbody. She's not wearing pink anymore. Doudrop colliding into Bianca. Bianca is laid flat out in the ring. Doudrop with a crossbody. Goldberg Fiend, says Trey. How could a match get -5 stars? The minimum should be 0. Meltzer's gone minus quite a few times. I don't know if I've seen him do it recently. Goldberg Taker. Yeah, Goldberg Taker was bad. I literally said Kofi Brock, says the GOAT. Goldberg Undertaker Saudi was awful. Right, we're just seeing a video package from Survivor Series last night. How do you make a tissue dance? You put a little booger in it. Boogie in it. Boogie in it. No, that one doesn't work. Chronic Effect. Doesn't work. I've rejected it. Doudrop needs a new theme. Please tell me this isn't a new faction, says J14. Tamina, Doudrop, and Natalia. That'd be a dream faction, man. Dream faction. Austin attacks Bianca. SummerSlam 2018, Alexa versus Ronda. Ronda was so unsafe with Alexa. She gave Alexa 2 concussions. Here's Seth Rollins. Seth Rollins. Seth freaking Rollins making his way out, dancing away. Brothers of Destruction versus DX. You know that was bad. Stop with this Austin is Doudrop thing. It's so stale, says Heel Fries. Alexa versus Eva from this year. Do you like O'Reilly and Fish? Yeah, sure. I do. I think it's the best use of them. I think they're both really talented, but I wouldn't have them as solo stars. Right, Seth Rollins has made his way down in the ring. I don't know if this is a promo or if this is a match. Okay, Seth versus Finn Balor is what we're getting next. Seth versus Finn Balor. Right, we're going to go to another commercial break. When we come back, we've got Seth versus Finn, which is pretty wild. Advert for WWE Shop this holiday season. AEW is dudes kissing and Sting and Buttman. Nia versus Table was bad. Finn versus Seth. Did someone say O'Reilly and Fish, a.k.a. the best tag team ever, says John. No. Brent said they could have had R-Truth in the back saying, people, do you want to kiss my lucky egg? And pull out the egg like on Cool Runnings. They could have done that, yes. Days, do you like my new profile picture, says Edward. I do. It looks like my screaming face, which is the best profile picture you can have. Did they find who stole the egg? No. No, we're still waiting. We are still waiting. In fact, apart from the Open and one segment where superstars are desperately searching for it backstage, we haven't seen anything else to do with it yet. I mean, we are only 50-odd minutes in, but I do feel like we need to go to another segment about it soon. It's a shame we haven't seen any interviews. I expected to see Sonya interviewing people, but she said she's done it. She's interviewed everyone earlier today. The New Day are the best tag team ever, says Airflow Games. Wyndham took the egg. Wyndham took the egg. Yeah. Days, they are the best tag team ever, says John. Road Warriors are the best tag team ever, says Ryan. If they don't find it, Adam and Sonya are fired. You're fired. Michael said, can you get a shout out? Done, Michael. Tick. Right, we are at commercial break. We've got Seth versus Finn. I don't know what this match is for either, to be honest. I mean, fine, lovely, thanks. 2 big names going up against each other to take us from hour 1 into hour 2. But, yeah, I just don't really get it. Days, do you think the whole egg thing will end with someone buying WWE with the money? Yes. Yeah, that's where it's going. It's gonna be that Tony Khan stole the egg, and then he turns up with 100 million, and Vince goes, "Yep, 100 million, that'll do. I will sell WWE for 100 million." And then Tony Khan owns WWE. John Cena said, "Let me just say, I was not backstage, so it wasn't me." Michael said, "We know that you've got the egg. Don't try and hide it. Give him his goddamn egg." It's my egg now. She was a face in the beginning of the promo, says Brony. Never got the Bulldogs versus Road Warriors match. Michael, no worries. Paige took the egg. Right, here we go. Going back. Are we going back to the egg? The Mysterios are going to be taking on Bobby Lashley in a 2-on-1 handicap match. I still fancy Bobby Lashley in that. Tonight, 2-on-1 handicap match. Rey and Dominic take on Bobby Lashley. We've also got Rhea Ripley and Nikki ASH. They're going to be taking on Carmella and Queen Zelina. Queen Zelina and Carmella tonight. Right now, we've got Seth and Finn Balor. Seth's going to cut a promo first. We're about half an hour away from the halftime scores. Let's see what Seth's got to say. Dancing around in the ring. Boos for Seth. Brooklyn, give it up for your soul survivor. Last night, right in here. I did what I was born to do. I took this show, I put it on my shoulder, and I took us to victory. Boogeyman took the egg because he's bored of eating worms. Who do you think stole the egg? I think it's either Naomi. Well, I did think Naomi or Sonya, but now Vince is saying that the winner gets a shot against Big E. It's making me think it's a guy. Some of the crowd are singing Seth's theme music. Seth says he did it all by himself. What is Seth wearing? He's got a furry jacket. It's a black furry jacket with a big red collar. Did you see the Bella's signature belt? No. Have the Bellas got a signature belt? I've heard that you can look, but you can't touch it. I'll have a look at it now. WWE shop. Bobby Lashley got himself counted out. Oh, hello. Have they got Marquee Classics? Can you buy the Bruno shirt now? New arrivals. Can you buy the Bruno shirt? It says shop now. Oh, you can buy the Bruno shirt now? Those Bruno shirts that were only available at Brooklyn, you can get them now on WWE Shop. Oh, yes. Oh, my God. I'm so excited. There's something new that I need in my life now. Right, he's talking about Finn Balor. It's pretty boring, to be honest. I am a revolutionary. I'm going to beat Finn Balor. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah, good for you, Boomer. Good for you. Right, here's Finn's music. Finn Balor's making his way down. Here we go. Those 3 shirts you can get now. So that's good. I like them all, to be honest. I'd probably go for the middle one, I think. Oh, that first one's pretty cool. I don't know. I love them all. So, yeah, you can get those. Let's go to new arrivals. Balor making his way down. How do you shop new arrivals? New arrivals. Shop new arrivals. Oh, here it is. Right, Finn Balor making his way down. This is the Bella's signature Divas butterfly belt. Yeah, that's pretty cool, isn't it? It's all right. I mean, if you're into the Bellas, I mean, it ticks the box. I wouldn't get it personally, but yeah. There we go. That is the Bella's butterfly belt. The Bella's Divas Championship. Right, we've got Balor throwing in some strikes in the ring. And Seth rolling out the ring. Over the top goes Balor. He comes crashing down onto Seth. And I think we're going to go to commercial break. The Bellas have got a signature belt, they do. Very pretty, says Sonny. Thank you. What did you think about the belt? Seth charging, grabbing Finn, planting Finn on the barricade. Now that's what we wanted to see. It's started off quite hot, hasn't it? These two fighting on the outside. Into the barricade again goes Balor. Over the announce table. Big knee strike by Seth. There's a beverage on the floor. I don't know what beverage it was, but there is a beverage on the floor. He's grabbing the ring steps. Seth with the ring steps. Smashing the ring steps into Finn Balor. I think it's a Red Bull. I think it's an energy drink on the floor. It is a Red Bull. That is now confirmed. Red Bull down. Curb by Seth. Seth's beaten up Finn Balor. He's curbed him. Finn Balor has been beaten up. How many sling blades do you think we'll see in this match? Delwyn said, belt looked all right, but it's not for me. I completely agree. I agree. Looks all right. If you're into the Bellas, then you might want that in your home. A drink got knocked over. Yes, it's been confirmed as Red Bull. This match is not going to happen. Seth gets back into the ring. Another curb. Another curb stomp. Look at that. It's just absolutely destroyed Finn Balor. Finn Balor is down. He's just staring off into the distance. Oh, hello. Who's this? Is that a fan? Is that a fan? Has a fan just attacked? Is that a fan? Has a fan just attacked? Someone's just jumped on Seth, and I think it's a fan. They've cut away from it. Oh my God. We've got big news here. I think a fan has not just jumped in the ring or something. I think he's just jumped on Seth. I mean, they've gone to a video package. I don't think this is a work. I don't think this is a work at all. Seth is laughing and joking. We've cut back to Seth. He's laughing and joking and smiling. There's a little bit of blood on his face. But I think that might have come from in the ring. But Seth heading to the back, and we cut to the back as well as people are looking. But flip. That clearly was not meant to happen. That clearly was not meant to happen, and it looks like a fan jumps on Seth Rollins. Sammy is being interviewed backstage. Sammy is backstage. I'm trying to see if there's a little clip that's on Twitter, because obviously I don't have that clip. Sammy says he knows who took the egg. He says, I'm pretty sure I know who took it. Sammy talking to Vince is pretty wild. Do you know who took it? Sammy said he'll bring them to Vince. There is a picture of the fan being dragged away. Someone in the stadium has actually got the image of the fan being dragged away. I can try and show you that in a second, but I'm trying to find the clip of it happening. He really ran up on Seth. I don't know what I'm seeing here. I'm seeing someone in the crowd. I don't know what that is. There's a little clip being from this inside the arena, but I don't know what it is. I mean, it is the talk of Twitter, as you can imagine. Right, there's some that the Street Profits are bringing out. I don't know if that blood is from the attack. So fan jumped over the barricade. Yeah, it was. It's confirmed as being someone. I tagged you in a clip. Thank you, Retribution. Let's have a look. Dun, 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 dun. Alright, yeah, that was after it happened. Alright. I'm going to check this up as a separate video. This is a massive incident. I mean, it's really hard to focus on the show, to be honest. This is I mean, I've got a still image here of it happening. So you can kind of see, it's not the sharpest of images, but you can kind of see. And there was another image that I found as well, which is that one there, which we can come to in a second. We are at commercial break right now. So as soon as we get, like, oh my God, I mean, that is crazy. This has happened before, though, but massive breaking news. I mean, we have had an incredible moment on Raw, quite a scary moment. A fan who I actually thought was part of the roster because they were wearing red trousers. You can see them here. Has jumped over the barricade and attacked Seth Rollins. We see it briefly. All you see is the fan kind of like spearing Seth. And you can see that here, the fan tackling Seth to the ground. But obviously we don't stick on this image for long. We actually go to like a replay. So we don't get much more than this. So we don't see anything else. There are images from inside the arena that show us like an image here of a lot of officials grabbing that person. Whilst this image that you can see is happening, we're watching a replay. But that fan is being dragged away, being taken away by officials. And I mean, honestly, scary stuff. It brings back memories of the Hall of Fame when Brett was attacked by someone that had jumped over and, managed to tackle Bret Hart to the ground. That's the last time that I can remember this happening. But someone jumping over and tackling Seth. I mean, we have seen people getting into the ring before, and they're normally just idiots, to be honest. They're normally just people that jump in and, just want to get on TV. But to actually see someone tackling Seth Rollins, you can see Seth Rollins going down to the ground. And as I said, because he was wearing red, I thought he was part of the Raw roster. I thought it was someone that was still wearing their... I thought it was like Bobby Lashley or someone still, because he had those kind of tights yesterday at Survivor Series. So in that split second when you see it, I thought like Bobby might have attacked or something. But no, it is confirmed. Like there are, you can see videos on Twitter of the person jumping the barricade and everything. So big breaking news. Seth Rollins legit attacked by a fan. We did see Seth after though. He had blood around his mouth, so we know that he's all right. But don't worry about Seth. We have seen him. There was a bit of blood around his mouth. I don't know if it came from this or if it was something that the blood was there following the match, but he's fine. He actually, we do watch him walk backstage, so we know that he's fine. But awful moment as a fan attacks Seth Rollins live on Raw. Shocking, man. Absolutely shocking. I mean, what do you say about that? I mean, it's... what do you say about that? Awful. Absolutely awful. I mean, couldn't condemn it in stronger words. I don't know. I mean, that'll overshadow everything, won't it? I mean, the egg story was a bit of fun and whatever, but I mean, this just overshadows everything now. Yeah, I don't know. I genuinely thought it was Bobby that had done it. Right, we are back from the commercial break. We've got Kevin Owens backstage just looking for that egg. I am desperately trying to get back to you lot in the chat. Hang on, we've got Sarah Schreiber talking to Kevin Owens right now. Sarah Schreiber talking to Owens. Owen says, Seth is a delusional idiot. Why would I care about what he has to say? Owen says, the winner gets a WWE title match tonight, so obviously I'm going to be looking... I got a couple of videos. I tweeted you something. Thank you, everyone. I will try and get to whatever I can get to. If I can try and show, I mean, like the videos that weren't on, the videos that weren't actually of Raw, we might be able to show because we shouldn't get copyrighted for that. But the one that was from Raw, I don't think we'd be able to show that. WWE fan attacks Seth Rollins. Right, we've got Amos and AJ making their way down. Amos and AJ making their way down to the ring. I would imagine social media is just getting more and more and more reaction to this this moment. Do you know what? It's ruined everything. It's ruined everything because, like, this is going to be the talking point now, isn't it? Everyone's going to be focused on this, and obviously focused on Seth's well-being, which is absolutely the right thing to be focused on. But it's like, it's definitely taken me out of like the show. Wow, yeah, man. That is crazy. That is crazy. There's a video here that I will show you in a second. That is crazy. Some of the stuff that we're seeing here is crazy. There's a video from a person that's just right by the entranceway, and they've actually got like footage of the person being dragged off Seth. And they've even captured what Seth is saying to them as well. Right, we've got... hang on, I'm desperately trying to do... I'm trying to get this so that I can get it onto my phone to show you. Right now we got Street Profits against AJ and Amos. That's what we've got. That's what's happening on Raw at the moment. Before that, we had a little backstage thing with Vince and Sammy. Sammy said he knew who the person was, but he just couldn't say right now, but he definitely knew who it was. And he's obviously just desperately trying to get that title opportunity. Vince looked very unimpressed. So I don't think that was working on Vince at all. But, yeah, it was... the whole thing has just been overshadowed, as we said, by what we're dealing with right now, which is this crazy, crazy situation where Seth Rollins has been attacked. As I said, the big news there is that Seth is all right. I mean, that's really important to remember that Seth is all right. We are going to commercial break. Right, let's go that to there. I've got that video that I can show you now. It's probably best that I show it now because we've got the... let's go there. Let's go there. Let's go there. Here we go. Right, here we go. This is what's happening. I've not seen this all the way through, so... Alright, so Seth's... I don't know if there's bad language in there or not. I genuinely don't know. But there's the person being led away. You can see what we were watching at the time. I think they're shouting, lock him up. So, there we go. So, that's it there. Look, there's the fan. I mean, look at that on the floor. Look. People just diving onto... It's amazing. It's amazing footage that we've got here. This is amazing footage. So, as I say, if there, I don't know if I genuinely don't know if there was any bad language in it. If there was, then apologies. But there we can see the person being led away. It's the scramble on the floor, isn't it? Look at that. I mean, look at Seth there having to like try and get the guy's legs off of him. That credit where it's due. That is, I don't know, Ashley at Vision Embracer. So I don't know if Ashley is actually there, but that is the footage that's doing the rounds. To be honest, I think he was gonna beat up Seth. Back in the day, that fan would have taken some damage after that. In this day, he might have taken some damage, honestly. I mean, backstage, who knows what they did? It wouldn't surprise me if there was a couple of shots thrown. Do you remember, wasn't it Cash Wheeler after the Bret Hart one, like got a few digs in. And I think he was being regarded as a bit of a hero for that, for getting, stuck in there. I mean, look, I definitely don't support that, but equally, I can understand it. I can understand as to why, I mean, that's you cross that line and it should free reign, isn't it, really? Shocking, man. Absolutely shocking. And who gives a flip about what's happening on Raw at the moment? That's the truth. So, yes, we are going to have to try and refocus in a second. I'm sure there are other videos. I can try and get to them as and when. Right, we've got a Moss over on the side of the ring. Right. Let's try and get back to the chat. I can't tell if Adam Pearce came out or not during the fan incident. That was security. What would happen if Seth attacked the fan? Well, I mean, in a way, he'd be all right to throw shots back because he'd be covered by self-defense. I mean, he hasn't instigated that. I doubt there's a court in the land that's going to find Seth guilty of anything if he takes shots at the fan. But he does need to just be careful that it doesn't go too far because he's covered whilst it's self-defense. But obviously it can cross that line and it can stop being that. So, I mean, he's absolutely fine there. He's done absolutely nothing wrong there. I feel sick right now. I thought I was hallucinating. At first I thought it was Bobby. Genuinely, I thought it was Bobby Lashley. So it was only when I looked and I thought that dude looks fat. Looks bigger than Bobby. Like Bobby's ripped, and this guy looks like a fan. And it's only when we cut away and you go, oh my god, it is. Right, Amos is coming in. I'm going to try and refocus back on this show. Right, let me change this over. How long have we got? Right, we're almost at the halfway point as well. I thought it was Top Dollar. Street Profits versus AJ and Amos. That is horrible. It was huge, though. It was huge. Lance Storm and Ryan Satin are pretty much saying that the guards and the refs were being too professional and the rest doesn't do much to teach people stuff. Well, I think that's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. We don't live in a vigilante society where people are going to start taking the law into their own hands. Someone's broken the law. They've attacked Seth Rollins. And I think, don't forget, WWE are on live TV as well. This is being viewed by children. There's children in the arena. So if anyone is saying that WWE were too professional with how they dealt with that, then I think you're very, very misguided because you've got an arena full of children. You're on live TV. And you just need to neutralize the threat. That's what you have to do. You've got to just neutralize the threat. I mean, you don't know if there's other people. You don't know. I mean, this isn't just an opportunity to start throwing hands. You need to neutralize the threat and make sure that everyone's safe. I mean, it could be that he's one of a few people. It could be that he has a weapon on him. You don't know how serious this is. So you neutralize the threat, you get him down, you get him out of there, you anyone saying, "Oh, that was dealt with too professionally," is an idiot in my book. Right, there's a fire extinguisher that's used in this match. I'm not pleased I'm distracted, but I don't think I need to be watching this. So, Amos and AJ. We've got Carmella and Zelina backstage. Days, could it be Edge that's got the egg? I'm not even thinking about the egg. That guy was a good size. There is a video of Triple H and Stone Cold wrestling. The fan jumps in ring and Triple H and the ref beat down the fan. Stone Cold narrates what happens. If that fan had a knife or something, dude, I can't. Tyler said they handled it very good. Thank God that guy didn't have a weapon. Yeah. In this day and age, could be anything, couldn't it? I'm just trying to have a look. Yeah, a lot of people send in that footage that we just looked at. Yeah. Yeah, it looks like that footage that we just looked at is the one that a lot of people are sharing. I mean, in all fairness, it's great footage. I mean, there's no more footage than that, to be honest. What we've just looked at is the footage. There are different angles. There's one here that looks quite interesting. Rhea Ripley's making her way out. The only reason this one looks interesting is you do get to see a little bit more of the before the attack. So this is from quite far away. Hang on, let's try and... No, you don't see much more. He's literally right there when he takes him down. So you don't see much more. And obviously the angle is really far away. The one that we had that was closer up is probably better, but at least you can see the people. Look at the people running from out back. 4 people from out back. 5 people from out back. The 5th person stands there, but there's 4 people that come running from the entrance stage. They grab the fan. You can see on the screen what we were seeing at home. Yeah, look at that look at the takedown. Look at the takedown. He proper takes him down, man. It's hard. It's really hard to see, but it's right in the middle here. If we go back again, where is it? There we go. Boom! Hits him and just like wallops him, takes him down. Then we know he's down on the ground. We know that 4 people come running out. And then that's, as I said, that's the footage that seems to be doing the rounds. That's the... Look at the struggle there. Look at that. They jump on him. They neutralize it. Right now, I should imagine they're just trying to get his arms and trying to make sure that there's no weapons or anything. Getting him to his feet and getting him out of the arena. Seth's all right at this point, look. And they're just getting him to the back. I mean, honestly, if a few shots are thrown backstage, then whatever. But I thought they dealt with that very well. The question has to be asked, though. How can a fan do that? How can a fan get over the barricades? I mean, I suppose when wrestlers are making their entrances, the fans are right there. There's nothing stopping any fan that's in the entranceway just jumping over or grabbing a wrestler or something. I suppose in a way it's always a risk, but it doesn't happen that often, does it? The boy said, I think that blood from Seth's mouth was after the fan attack. LSW said WWE have got to treat the situation as if he did have a weapon. Don't know how serious that fan is. BBB Yipsy said, back on tonight's show, I think Nia took the egg. She thinks she is getting even and sitting on it. The fan ran and hit Seth really hard. There is a video on Twitter of the moment of the impact, and it looks rough. Dave said maybe the fan was drunk. Maybe. It might have been drunk, might have been on drugs. I mean, nothing excuses it at all. But that might explain it. There should be security by the barrier. He made Seth bleed, so they make him bleed, says Helicard. There was some non-family friendly on the phone. Oh, wow, apologies. It's America. They probably shot him. British Soundball Prank says, maybe the fan thought Seth took the egg. Edward said, I tweeted you a better angle. I think we've seen it now. I think we've seen enough of it now. Yeah, there's obviously a fair bit of footage. There's quite a lot of people that are actually there. Any fan that does that should be banned from arenas for life. Halftime score. If you want to do it, yeah. If you want to do halftime scores. Don't know, man. Don't know about you, but I'm completely out this show. Completely out. Not even because I put up the news video, but because, like, in all fairness, I mean, I saw the Street Profits with, like, a fire extinguisher. It's like, I don't think this show has been that great, to be honest. I think the start was good, but I think the matches have been so-so, and I like the backstage, them looking for the egg, but the matches just haven't really been of anything of note. So, I don't know. 6.5, 6 says Robert. What a fan. Why on earth would you attack a wrestler? Right, we've got Rhea Ripley and Nikki A.S.H. Ripley and Nikki versus Carmella and Flip. Who's the other person? It's Zelina, isn't it? Could it be that Edge has got the egg? I don't think so. I'm not expecting him back this year. I don't know why he would take Vince's egg. 6.5. All this, and it's only half time. Struggling to get through this one, says British Soundboard Pranks. Legend Killer says 6. Have you seen the Van Cotty Connor footage? I don't think so. At least we can expect him to be banned from future events. Yes. I mean, this will get a lot of coverage. Of course it will. It's going to be the big talking point from this show. I suppose the concern always is that because everyone's going to be talking about it and whatever, does it inspire another flipping lunatic to, you know, give it a go? I mean, I can't say that's happened in the past. Whenever it's happened before, it's not like we've had it happen again the week after or whatever. I remember there was one with Dean Ambrose. I remember Dean Ambrose having a moment like that. And I think that Seth's had a moment before as well. Fair play to the wrestlers for just, you know, getting on with it. You know, going out there and just carrying on. The blood was from Finn days because he was bleeding before the attack. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't know which. I don't know if it was the match or if it was the fan. It's hard to see how what the fan did would cut Seth. Because he gets taken down, and then there just seems to be a bit of a scramble. But I don't know that I saw any like punches being thrown by that fan. Carmella's getting her mask on. Monica, hello. If you are around, I can see people saying hello to Monica. The camera guy steps into the shot. I don't think he knew it was real. Yeah, I don't know if the camera guy. I mean, in all fairness to the camera guy, I don't think he's going to be expecting a fan to have done that. So it's down to the truck, isn't it? The people in the truck won't have known it was real. I mean, the people in the truck have caught it and then quickly moved away from it because it's not in the script. Does Nikki and Ripley lose tonight? I don't. Maybe. I mean, I wouldn't think so. Carmella and Queen Zelina. I don't see them as much of a threat to Rhea Ripley, but I don't know. Confirmed Monica has got the egg. That mask is horrifying. I agree. They're really building Veer up to be a big star. Well, they're certainly building up his debut to be a big thing, yes. SmackDown stars on Raw. Will there be Raw stars on SmackDown? Maybe not. I mean, not if the egg thing gets resolved tonight. Surprised MJF doesn't get this kind of heat. Well, to be honest, I think it's because everyone knows it's scripted. So there's not really any reason to go attacking wrestlers unless you're ill. I mean, I don't know what this guy's motivation would have been. You know, unless he's got like mental health issues and he believes this is real. Or if he just loves Becky and so hates Seth. Or I don't know. I mean, to attack a wrestler, you've got... why would you even? Do you know what I mean? MJF is spouting a load of stuff, but everyone knows it's scripted. Well, I say everyone knows it's scripted. Obviously, there's people out there with issues. I don't know. I have no... What would his motivation be? I just don't know. Tony said the attacker sucked the life out the show. Zelina pinning Rhea Ripley. Matt Handy said, how you doing tonight? What just happened was crazy. It was crazy. Oh, okay. Here, that's... this is from Erase Your Mind. So, this is a different angle. There you can see Seth walking. And then, look at that. Boom, that fan just charges at Seth. So there's Seth walking to the back, or walking to... What I would say is you can see that he checks his mouth. So I think the blood is there before. Look, there's Seth walking, and you'll see him touch his mouth in a second. There, he touches his mouth and looks at it, and then that fan just wipes Seth out. Wipes Seth out, and then he goes down on the ground, and then we've seen the footage on the ground. That is, so Erase Your Mind sent me that, thank you. That is from Real Rampager, Kim. Real Rampager, credit where it's due. What did Lance Retribution send me this? Security being way professional, not nearly enough ass whooping going on. Stupid. I mean, it's just it's people being angry, isn't it? How are you? The fan covered distance. Security did a poor job. Right, Rhea. We got new tag champs. This is... New champ, stays is muted. Oh, did it cut me off? Yeah, we got new women's tag champs. We got new women's tag champs. Got Queen Zelina and Carmella. I didn't even realize that was for the women's tag championships. Carmella screaming. Okay, we're backstage with Vince. We've got the culprit. Sonya says we've got the culprit. Adam's going to bring him in. We've got the culprit. Isn't Carmella and Zelina on SmackDown? Isn't Carmella and Zelina on SmackDown? I genuinely don't know right now off the top of my head. I don't think they are, no. I think they're Raw. This has killed the vibe. It's killed the vibe. No one cares about the damn egg anymore. I wonder what Vince is thinking. He's probably... I don't know what he's thinking. I don't know what anyone's thinking. I don't know what I'm thinking. They need to build a new character for Nikki ASH. I think it's because what we thought we saw was nowhere near as bad as it turned out. This is terrible. Can we move on from the fan attack? Why dwell on negativity? So that's a really good point. That's a really good point. Dean almost got stabbed. Roman got thrown Money in the Bank briefcase in a house show, and now Seth got speared by a fan. I didn't think anything could take away my hype from the egg. I don't like the egg anymore. I don't like the egg anymore. Do you know, I do agree with that. I do agree with, like, why let the negativity take away from the show. It naturally, though, makes you go, oh. Doesn't it? It just naturally makes you go, the vibe is only killed because we're allowing it to be. We can't focus on the fan attacks. Then the fan gets what he wants. That's true. Sean Rossap said that Michael P.S. Hayes was getting ready on the ramp, getting ready to beat him with his fanny pack as a joke. It isn't Glock Anderson. It's fanny pack Hayes. Sadly, Vince is thinking, damn, that was a good spear. New York State of Mind said Jim Cornette made a joke and said Eddie Kingston should show up to the Barclays Center, jump the rail, and fight someone. No. I don't think this is. I don't think that's the right approach. I mean, Seth's all right, so you know. Seth's all right, so that's the important thing. But making a joke out of it kind of makes it seem like it's a joke, and it isn't. I don't know how anyone can do that. Hopefully goes to jail. WWE should say something. You give them the attention then. I do agree with you guys about the fact that we probably should move on. Because we are now, I'm very guilty as well of doing the news video and everything, of giving that fan the attention that they don't deserve. But wrestling fans not watching Raw, obviously, are going to want to be aware that this has happened. And it does spark a bigger conversation about security and everything. So you can't just, it's difficult, isn't it? You can't ignore it. It's a massive thing that's happened. But then you are balancing it with, well, you are giving that person attention that they don't deserve. Right, anyway, let's focus on this because we've got Sammy. The egg's there. Austin Theory had the egg. Austin Theory had the egg. Why did you do it? Why did you do it? You had a promising career. Sammy's like, oh. Austin Theory's like, I just wanted a selfie with it. There's Austin Theory's selfie with the egg. Sammy's like, that is disgusting. They're talking to Vince. You took a huge risk. Vince is going to drop the charges. Vince has given the... Shut up! Vince tells Sammy to shut up. No one likes a snitch. Austin Theory steals the egg and gets the championship opportunity. Here's Reggie. I feel like that payoff could have been a little better. But at least that's been solved. Austin Theory stole the egg. Life of Daz says, sup, my friend. I saw what was going down with Seth. I saw the aftermath. He lost it. I don't blame Seth. I would too if I was Seth. Love him or hate him. That was wrong. I don't think anyone will hate Seth for his reaction. He's just been jumped. It's like being... I mean, he's been jumped. He's been jumped on national TV as well. It's one thing being jumped in a bar, but, you know, being jumped in a place, your place of work where you're meant to be safe. So, I don't think he swears, in all fairness. I don't think he swears. So, I don't know. He might have actually remained more professional than what a lot of people would have. So, yeah, I mean, there'll be no... I don't think there'll be a single person that's going to be hating on Seth. Shut up! That was nice. Classic Vince, wasn't it? Shut up! No one likes her. Yeah, Brony says shut up. Vince, so funny. No one likes a snitch. Shut up. Austin versus Big E main event. Yeah. End the poll because we know who answers. Yeah, and it wasn't one of them options, was it? It was flipping Austin Theory. So that poll was pointless with nearly 2,000 votes. So well done, everyone. Although, if you did put other, then maybe other got 32%. A lot of people thought it was Brock. Close. As Austin Theory. I thought it would be Sonya and Naomi. I was going that way. So Austin just wanted a selfie. FFS. There's no reason that Theory should be fighting Big E. It makes no sense. I completely agree. I completely agree. Why could Austin have not been the one to find the person that did it? And then that way Austin gets the match in a more logical way. Like, the fact that Vince gives the match to Austin Theory, I agree, doesn't make any sense. Cedric Alexander has just won the 24/7 championship. Joaquin said they are building new stars like Austin Theory. I don't mind Austin Theory getting the title opportunity, but I just would have had him. Dana Brooke, 1, 2, 3. Dana Brooke is the new 24/7 champ. And a load of guys are standing around like, oh, I don't want to pin Dana Brooke. I don't know what to do now. They don't know what to do. R-Truth would. I don't think R-Truth's got any problem pinning Dana Brooke. I'm just going to go and celebrate. Dana Brooke. Oh, I'm pleased for Dana Brooke. That's probably the best Dana Brooke can hope for, isn't it? I'm pleased for Dana Brooke. That's actually a title win, a 24/7 title win I'm quite happy about. Dana Brooke wins the 24/7 title. No one dares touch her. Booking on the fly. This is weird. Dana just got a huge push. Why would a fan attack Seth? He's a father and a husband. There's no reason. It could be mental health issues. It could be that he's got a thing for Becky. I mean, people do weird stuff like that. In their mind, if they get rid of Seth, then they can somehow get closer to Becky. I don't know. I can only think of things like that. Unless they just have built up a mental hatred for Seth. Even though this is like wrestling. Dana is heading in the right direction. They could build a better storyline with the egg, except for a selfie. I agree. Days, give the women the 24/7 title. That might be what they do now, and that might not be the worst idea. It would kind of freshen it up a little bit, wouldn't it? So it's not the worst idea. What are the odds that Austin Theory wins the belt tonight? I'd hope low. I would hope low because, yeah, I'd hope low. It's been a big story though, hasn't it? Who took the egg, and now Austin Theory's got the title match. So I mean, there's maybe a bit of a chance that he could do it, but I mean, after the killer match that Big E had last night, I think it'd be such a shame to take the title off him now. There's another video that's 39 seconds long of the man in the crowd. He seems to get quite aggressive towards the guards when he's being escorted out. Well, yeah, I mean, I just imagine he doesn't want to go to prison. But, I mean, he's going to go to the prison. They're going to press charges. Be interesting to know what the outcome is, actually. Be interesting to know what he gets. And they, you know, that will be reported everywhere. And I hope, you see, they're saying that they should have been rougher with him. I disagree. I think you have to be professional. You have to neutralize the threat. But I do think they should be hard with him, with the law. So hopefully, you know, I mean, if he gets like, I don't know if he'll be fined. I don't know if he'll serve a short prison term. I doubt it. I doubt it would be custodial. I'd imagine he'll get fined. But honestly, they should go as hard as possible and really send out a message and make it a deterrent. You don't do it. You don't. If you do it, you're going to be caught, of course. You'll be escorted away. You'll face a $50,000 fine and a month in jail. I mean, is it worth it? $50,000 and a month in jail, 2 months in jail. I don't know. I don't know in the law what the sentencing would be, but it needs to be a message. It needs to be something that makes people go, you know, that guy should have just thrown away, you know, a lot of money and maybe even some of his freedom for doing that. And don't forget as well, it's right in front of children. Like, I know the kids probably don't know that wrestling is scripted anyway, so to them it's probably just another fight. Do you know what I mean? But still, it's right. I mean, there are kids in that front row. Life of Daz said a mixed 24/7 storyline would work with guys and girls. It's difficult, isn't it? Because I think you've got to be very careful with like guys hitting women and domestic violence and things like that. Like that doesn't sit well on these networks. It's not something that the USA Network are going to want to show. So yeah, I don't know. I wouldn't do that. But I think what you could do is you could now like go through the women's roster. Right, we've got Bobby Lashley versus the Mysterios. Sammy is going to interfere with Theory's match. I could see that. Yeah, I could see that. Dana Brooke is pinnable. Oh, she's definitely pinnable. Edward said Vince was funny. Shut up. They used to explain to the fans back in the day before the event started that it would be a fine and jail. Yeah, you are right, actually. You are right. Shut up. I don't know that they do that anymore. They might do. They used to be even more vocal about. They used to be even more vocal about not recording, and I see people recording all the time. Did they find the egg? They did. How do you feel about intergender matches? Not really crazy about them, to be honest. I think there's probably rare exceptions where you might be able to do them. But when I say rare, I mean rare. I mean, like, someone like Jade Cargill might be able to get away with facing, like, a smaller guy, and you might be able to get something out of that, but I haven't got any interest in seeing, like, Finn versus Becky and stuff like this, or I just, no interest in that whatsoever. But, so, it doesn't really do it for me. Don't really have an interest in intergender wrestling. So, but, I look at someone like Chyna or Jade Cargill. I look at those kind of people, and I think, I mean, they did a silly throwaway match between Becky and James Ellsworth. That didn't bother me. There was a stupid match that didn't have hardly any striking or anything in that was between Reggie and Sasha. I mean, that was literally just Reggie trying to avoid Sasha and flipping all over the ring. So that didn't affect me either. I can't remember the last time we saw, I don't know if we've ever seen, like, a man and a woman in a competitive, proper intergender match. I don't think we've seen it in WWE. I mean, we did with Chyna. I mean, I suppose more in recent times. So, yeah, it's not to my taste, to be honest. If they pulled that on Brock Lesnar, he'd be thrown around the arena like a rag doll, says Harley. Days, the Bret Hart fan attack also took place in Barclays. Is that true? I never knew that. That's amazing. So it's both happened in Barclays. I mean, every time they go to Barclays, they should step up security then. Casey, shout out to you. I hope you are well. Chyna, Jarrett, and Jericho. What US state has the smallest soft drinks mini soda? James Shadwick said, intergender wrestling when done right is awesome. Another video has surfaced of the attack. I'm going to try and move on from it. I mean, I'll talk about it if people are talking about it. 'Cause there's people joining us all the time that want to know what's happened and whatever, but yeah. Didn't Lita do intergender matches? I think she did, yeah. I think there was a couple. Yeah, I think there was a couple. It's very few and far between. Sky Sports has told that Poch would be interested in the... I did hear that, yeah. He'd be interested in coming to United now. And I think PSG could go and get Zidane. The only problem is, I do think Zidane's potentially better than Poch. So, I mean, that means that PSG get stronger and Man United get Poch. I don't know. I want Ten Hag, but it's looking less and less likely. It's looking like Poch is going to be the next Man U manager, yeah. Right, we're backstage with Dana Brooke. She's looking high and low. Here's Sarah Schreiber. How do you plan? This is good. I created an opportunity and I captured it. Please don't lose it now. This is my moment. to show who Dana Brooke is. That's all right. She hasn't lost it. I thought someone was about to roll her up, but proper like Nikki ASH promo, wasn't it? This is my moment to show who Dana Brooke is because I'm a champion now. And I know I've got a target on my back. But this is my moment. It was proper like Nikki AS. It felt like she should have done that at the end. So I'm pleased for her. I really like Dana Brooke. She's been on that main roster for a long time. And she's got very few opportunities. So give her a good run with that belt. That's what I say. And get her on the show each week. I think that's a positive. Sarah Schreiber should have won it. We could see the Mysterio split now, says James. Shut up and run, Dana, says Juan. Shut up. Shut up. I've just got that in my head now. Shut up. Right, the Mysterios are making their way up. John Alba on Twitter. What's John Alba saying? It seems like Twitter's the place to be right now, isn't it? Man United, Woodward could delay his departure. A lot of people talking about the football news. MVP is in the ring. As a father, you leave a lot to be desired. I don't know what I'm looking at for John Alba. Oh, statement from WWE on wrestler Seth Rollins being attacked tonight. Okay, so WWE have issued a statement. WWE takes the safety of its performers very seriously. The individual who attacked Seth Rollins has been turned over to the NYPD and will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. Right, I've retweeted that. Thank you. So WWE have issued a statement on it. WWE takes the safety of its performers very seriously. The individual who attacked Seth Rollins has been turned over to the NYPD and will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. Right, I think, did he say when your wife is disgusted with you, have her call me? This is 2-on-1 handicap with an automatic Hall of Famer on the side. Yeah, I feel like I'm about to watch the equivalent of the Brooklyn Brawler versus Hulk Hogan. Did you see the photo of Becky looking out the ramp at Seth? She probably wanted to whoop that guy's butt. I haven't seen that Becky was looking out. No, I saw there was someone standing in the entranceway because there's four people that run down and then there's one person that's standing in the entranceway. I didn't know if that. I don't know that that's Becky, but it would make sense that she was in Gorilla for his segment. Life Off Daz says, I can remember I was at a concert as a fan, wanted a camera his friend had. They were up in the next level. The camera went everywhere. It was funny. But there was someone at a concert and two fans fought over a camera. Yeah, I mean, this I suppose this stuff happens at gigs as well, doesn't it? Although you don't really hear about it. You don't hear about stages being stormed, and it's very rare. It's very rare. I'm surprised it doesn't happen in basketball. to be honest. But then I suppose the courtside seats are super expensive and, tend to just be like rich people that want to show off that they're, have got courtside seats. But there's no barriers in basketball or anything, is there? I mean, who's going to stop someone running on the court? The guy on the ramp was Michael Hayes, says Alex Bliss Gamer. Right, we are underway with this 2-on-1 match, and we've got 55 minutes to go. I like to think, that the assault with great bodily harm. I'm surprised Becky came out. Lashley's down, Rey getting into the ring. Lashley down on the outside. There was the Monica Salas stabbing incident. I've never seen that, I've never seen it. I don't know if there's footage of it. I don't want to see it. But, yeah, I do remember that. I do remember the stabbing incident. She was a big name, wasn't she? Big name, Monica Salas. That's a name I've not heard in a long time. We see it at the football. The scary thing is when one fan does it, who's to say another fan doesn't do it? Well, we don't tend to see that, to be honest. It's not like we see it happen and then we see it happen like the next week as well. I think they do tend to be isolated incidents, but it's really important that the fan gets prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. And that people know this isn't funny. That's why people joking about it. I wouldn't be joking about it. This isn't funny. This isn't the kind of thing to joke about. That's super serious. And, as you've just said, if you joke about it and make it trivial, then there'll be people out there that think it's not that big of a deal. And it is. And you can't do it. Right, said Monica Salas's stabbing was bad. She was ranked number 1 at the time. Look at Mick Foley's tweets. Let's see what Mick Foley's got to say. I'd imagine everyone's going to be sending tweets out. The reaction to this will be huge. Did a fan just attack Seth Rollins? That was an hour ago. Is that it? Mike says was pretty dominant at the time. The crowd seem hostile, and like a large majority of them are trying to squash the show. It is a big deal. It's safety has to the talent. It's hard to move on from, isn't it? It's really hard to move on from. I mean, you're getting statements, and superstars are going to be reacting to it, and I mean, it's dominated the show. It's very difficult to move on from. I do like that Dana is the 24/7 champion, though. So, who was the last Brit to win at Wimbledon? Andy Murray was the last Brit to win at Wimbledon. I can't remember the year that was. It was a few years ago now. Right, we are going back. We were at commercial break, but we are going back. WrestleMania tickets, which apparently are selling quite slow. Not doing all that great. WrestleMania tickets. Days, it does happen at concerts, but half of the time the singer or rapper doesn't care. What would WWE do if it was multiple people doing it? Would the show get shut down, especially of how serious it was? I think Vince has always been a show will go on kind of guy. I think it would depend what happened. If it was, it would depend how big it was. I mean, if what we just saw was 2 people attacking Seth, I think the show goes on. I mean, if it's like 5 people, it would depend what's happened, and I think it would take a lot to get Raw off the air because, I mean, Vince would be of the mindset of you don't let those people win. You know, you don't let those people disrupt the show and take you off air and all that kind of stuff. Like, you deal with it, you move on. I mean, don't forget they carried on after Owen had passed away. The show carried on. Now, I don't think they would do that anymore. I think that would end the show. If that was to happen again, I'm pretty sure the show would not continue. Because I'm sure someone has said that they do now view that as the wrong decision. But yeah, I think I don't know where the line is, but there would be a line. There would be a line whereby the show would get taken off the air. But I don't think like 2 people, 3 people are doing it. It would depend, who did it, how bad it was, how big of a deal it was, how many people were involved. Like, there's a lot of factors I think that would come in. But really, the damage. They carried on when Lawler had his heart attack, says Airflow Games. Good point. The only time I saw Vince cancel the show was when Eddie or Chris died, but it was just a tribute. Right, we are still underway with this handicap match. Dominic gets driven into the barricade. The fan that has spoiled the show for everyone, I hope he gets put in prison. Yeah. Dominic chucked in the ring, and Bobby Lashley gets in the ring as well. It would have to be like 10 or 20 fans. I don't know. Imagine somehow I was able to do it for William. Shout out to you, William, being William. This is a depressing stream. I don't know that it's depressing. It's just not fun and games because it's hard to be because we are talking about something so serious. So, I mean, what can you do? Kick to the midsection by Bobby. It's got Dominic up on his shoulder. Dominic lands on his feet. Kick to the side of the head. Dominic going to look to make a tag to Rey. Strikes coming in by Rey. Goes against the rope. Slides underneath the legs of Bobby. Bobby coming over. Kicked by Rey. Moonsault. He gets grabbed by Bobby. I think Dominic's been tagged in. DDT by Rey. Well, it's 1 count. What I would say is if you actually look at the fans don't seem too distracted. Like, the fans seem to be watching and not, like, they're cheering along, like, you know what I mean? Like, they seem to still be with the show. See it sent on by Rey 2. And shoulder up. Let him in said Dominic winning this would be ridiculous. Minty Eyes said, what's your favourite N64 game? That's a good question. I like that. To be honest, I think N64 might be up there with my favourite consoles ever. And I didn't have it, but my brother had it. But, like, Super Mario 64 is an incredible game. Mario Kart 64 is incredible. GoldenEye might be classed as my favourite. But honestly, if I could only have one game, it might have to be Mario Kart 64. Because it's you can play it on your own. But like, when friends come round, it is so much fun. In fairness, GoldenEye was good when friends come round. But the Golden Gun it didn't ruin it. But if you got the Golden Gun, one shot and you could kill people. And that had a great solo campaign as well. But he's made Dominic tap out. The Raw, not bad. It has just been overshadowed. Tweeted you something about WrestleCon. Possibly Wyndham. No rush to check. Well, I can have a look. I have been onto Twitter a few times tonight. 200 talent announced. Starting right now. We're excited to... We let him in. What is it? Don't know. There's a WrestleCon thing. Look, we let him in, Dallas. I mean, that's basically them saying Bray, isn't it? That looks like Bray is going to be there. The first of 200 talents start now, so that's Bray. Bray's going to be at WrestleCon Dallas 2022. So we got some Bray news. So wow. Right, we got Big E. I can't blame Paul Heyman. I can't blame the Usos. It's on me. So, yeah, WWE title match coming up. The kid is brash, but the kid is talented. Bibby strikes again. Bibby has done it. Bibby. Pretty. Right, that's our main event tonight. Not happy with the matches tonight, says Humble Rumble. Right, Big E, Austin Theory, WWE Championship match tonight because Austin Theory stole the egg. Right, we've got Damian Priest making his way out right now. Damian Priest. I don't know what this... Is this going to be a match? I don't know what this is. Damian Priest. I didn't even write it right. It's Damian Priest. Damian Priest. Ding, ding, ding. Is Raw still 3 hours? It is, yes. We've got 42 minutes to go. Legend Killer said, I'm watching Monday Night Raw. Same here, dude. Same here. Right, we've got Damian Priest making his way into the ring. United States champion, Damian Priest. Open challenge? Damian Priest with an open challenge. Who is going to answer Damian Priest's open challenge? Recap of Survivor Series. Austin Theory has posted the selfie with Vince, has he? Let's have a look. Austin Theory. Austin Theory. Is his name Austin White on Twitter? No. Where the hell is he? Austin Theory. Oh, there. That is a great selfie. That is a great selfie, isn't it? Look at that. That is quite a moment in time. Look, Austin Theory has got a selfie with Vince and an egg in the background. That is a good selfie, man. That is a good selfie. What does the gingerbread man use to make his bed? Cookie sheets. This is the longest 3 hours of TV in the world. It's like Chinese water torture. That is a great selfie. It is, yeah, that is a great selfie. the number one trend right now is DWTS, Dancing with the Stars. That is the number one trend right now. Elias Priest, it could be. Big E sounds like he just got told news that he is losing the title tonight to the Architect Seth Rollins. I'm liking Theory on the main roster. I'm not going to lie, says Harley. Don't lie, Harley. Don't lie. I miss Theory and Gargano. I miss The Way. I do miss The Way as well, yes. They were excellent, weren't they? Brony says, I think it'll be Apollo Crews. I'm calling it Drew will step up to Roman. Snitches don't get title shots. Days, I think it's going to be T-Bar. They have been using T-Bar a little bit, haven't they? Actually, so that's not a bad shout, not the worst shout. Could see it being T-Bar. What a weird night for Seth, if true. My mom told me not to lie. Sammy snitched so that he doesn't get the title shot. Shut up! Right, we are at commercial break. We are 38 minutes away. 38 minutes away. We need Glock and Brock. Maybe it'll be an NXT call-up. Maybe it'll be Johnny. Who were the way? It was Indy Hartwell, Candice LeRae, Austin Theory, and Johnny Gargano. They were in NXT. And they were kind of like a fun comedy group. 2 guys, 2 girls. And it was good. It was fun. It was good. Austin was kind of like the funniest member. He was the one that was always, like, you know, getting into different situations. But, yeah, it was good. This program contains flashing images. Okay, we're backstage with Kevin Patrick is his name. Liv Morgan. Here's Liv. It's bittersweet. Here's Becky. Liv again under-delivered. What did you do, Liv? You did nothing. Everyone was rooting for Liv. She got to the tippy top of the ladder. So Becky is laying into Liv here. I do autograph signings every week, and I let the kids hold the belt. It doesn't mean they're champion. I wish it did. That'd be hilarious. Are you going to cry? Are you going to cry? Liv's crying. She's going to cry. Cry baby Liv. Cry baby Liv. Cry baby Liv. Cry baby Liv. Liv's a cry baby. You're going to cry, Liv. You're going to cry. Cry baby Liv. Yeah, cry baby Liv. Liv is a good look, and if she gets better in the ring, watch out. Here's Commander Aziz. Talking deep like this. I don't think we haven't heard him talk much, have we? What? Yeah, so it is Apollo. Versus... I don't know. The mic seems quite low. Right. Apollo gets the microphone. Not Apollo. Liv Morgan just turned into Bully Maguire. Justin said Brony called it. Bully Lynch, Bully Lynch. I found my true self. Okay. He talks. He talks. This gimmick stinks. Liv is not a crybaby. I'm sorry. I have to look at the evidence. And she is. Because I've been told she is by Becky Lynch. Big time Bex has said it. And she did start to cry. Crybaby Liv. You're in New York, Apollo. You're in New York. Yeah, there's a big cheer for that. You're in New York? Yeah! Start a podcast. Or shut your mouth and fight. Call me a liver. I was disappointed that Amos and Commander Aziz didn't fight each other during the Battle Royal. Jaden said they're really building Liv up. I think she might take the title in the future. The pop would be huge. This isn't Nigeria, Apollo. This would be one of a snooze fest podcast. Monica, hello. That's the first Monica comment I've actually seen all night, you know. And it's to William. Right, here's Sammy. Sammy is making his way out. No. This is perfect. First. He's talking about the conspiracy against him. Goes all the way to Vince McMahon himself. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. No offense, no offense. If you don't want the match, I will accept. Okay, he says Sami Zayn's going to walk out as the new United States champion. Sammy steps into the ring. Commander Aziz is laughing, and Apollo. Why would Apollo and Commander Aziz not? Why have they not answered the challenge? What is this? I don't understand what this is. Apollo comes out, they start talking, and then they just happily allow Sammy to answer the challenge. Don't understand. Big uppercut by Damian Priest. Monica's been here for about 45 minutes. Lol. Right, Jay, he hasn't even noticed. I've been a little bit busy. Exploder suplex. James said that doesn't make any sense whatsoever. I prefer this match, but pretty wild. Sami Zayn. Vince said that both rosters would be on the show tonight. Brony said, I think they've secretly moved Sami to Raw. Fans in attendance are heading for the exits. Let's be honest, guys and girls, tonight doesn't really count. Do you know, it's funny you should say that. I was thinking that exact same thing. I was thinking about, like, scoring tonight, and I was like, I just don't think I can. It's just, I just don't think I can. It's just been, like, completely derailed. You've given me an idea for some merch. I can see many of us buying. There will be days like this merch. Days like this. I still like the Austin Sucks merch. I'm not gonna lie. Austin Sucks, I think, it's a massive seller. Everyone wants those shirts. Monica said, or you're just getting too old and you can barely see the chat. It's time to call a retirement home. I'm sorry, Monica. You seem to be confused. You seem to think it's acceptable for you to return to this community and throw shade at me. The community will not stand for it, Monica. They will turn on you, right? I am the head of the table. I am the tribal chief. And this community will not sit back and watch me be abused in such a ferocious manner as that. So you want to watch your step, young lady. You want to watch your step. Things have changed around here. Don't laugh, Rye. Rye, that is not the kind of message we're trying to send out here. Don't laugh at that. You have to acknowledge Days. That's it. Acknowledge me. That's it. Justin said Days might be a boomer, but he's not that old. That's right. That is right. Thank you. Austin said, I won't turn on Monica. You abuse and bully me all the time. Yeah, but it doesn't matter what you think. The chat seems to be quite comfortable in their seats. Yeah, no, it's coming. The backlash is coming. It's just taking a bit of time. You got to remember there's a little bit of, like, lag. So I mean, they'll there we go. Look, Sonny's like, what did I miss? I stand with Days, said Joseph. Thank you. Yeah, it's coming. No, it's coming. It's coming. And when it does, it's going to be ferocious, Monica. It will be ferocious. Jaden! No. More I stand with Daisies, please. Acknowledge Days, says Ronnie. Thank you. Thank you. The awful bullying that Days gets is unreal and totally unacceptable, Edward. Thank you. You are always one of my favourites. Well done, Edward. Everyone laugh with me. Says Monica. Days, best reporter, rifle Days, support Days. Jim! Not you, Jim. You're meant to be the level-headed one. Right, we are back underway with Damian Priest versus Sami Zayn. We got 25 minutes to go. CM316, shout out to you. Wow, I got Jim on my side. Yeah, that's. Don't say Days sucks. Come on, guys. We're moving forward. We're going to a better tomorrow. Guys, please don't attack Monica. I'm willing to forgive her. So yeah, there's no need to send in attacks. So there we go. I've called him off, Monica. It was getting nasty. There was a lot of anger towards you, so I've settled it down. But hopefully you've sinned now. You can't mess with me anymore. I'm untouchable. Blue Thunder Bomb by Sammy. I can't support a man who lies about his age. Dude, I'm 21. It's not my fault I've been 21 for a long time. Right, we've got Sammy going outside. There's a Mexican wave in progress. I have not seen that yet. I have not seen the Mexican wave. Top rope Inzaguri. Don't attack Monica. Attack the like button instead. That's right, guys. That's right. Don't channel your anger towards Monica. Channel it towards that like button. There goes a wave inside Barclays. Why can I not see the flipping wave? 1, 2. Kick out by Damian Priest. End this. Stay friendly days and Monica and the community. Yeah, I agree with the deal. The deal there telling Monica to stay friendly. Luke, shout out to you. I hope you are well. Monica says, way to be the bigger person. I'm proud of you, old sport. Yes, old sport. Big strike by Damian Priest. Did someone call Days old again? What do you mean again? Has someone been calling me old before? Well, the mods should be on this. We don't want fake news in the chat. 2 count. Damian Priest with a nice kick. Sammy slumped against the ropes. We got 23 minutes. Monica, welcome back. It's great to have you back. Even if your manners do need a bit of work. Days, it seems that 2 people were escorted out. The first was the attacker. The other one was seemingly angry at the person who attacked. And the second person is now back and seated. Days and Monica must kiss and make up. Sammy's grabbed that United States belt. He shoves... Oh, I forgot about this. Look, Damian Priest is going to go Damien. Look, he's going... look, here we go. Oh, he's turning, guys. Yowie, wowie. Kick, here we go. Damian Priest has gone beast mode. Strikes being thrown in on Sammy. Here we go, look. Boom. Plants Sammy and he screamed. Why didn't he go beast mode on Nakamura? Reckoning. Sammy down. 1, 2, 3. And there we go. Damian Priest is victorious. He's going off, says Justin. I'm the right-hand man. Days, Austin only bullies you because he's jealous of what you've got. And one of the nice and lovely people that you are. Thank you, Edward. Thank you. Damian Priest. Showing off the United States Championship that he's just retained. And now we've got Austin Theory. Awesome. There is the selfie with Vince. I'll be the youngest champion in history. No disrespect to Big E. He's done a lot. Big E was a big loser. WWE champion. Austin Theory as the new WWE champion. Amazing. Yeah, I want to go big. Yeah, I want to go big. Yeah, I want to go big. Yes, please. Randy is the youngest. Yeah, I want to go big. Right, here we go. Big E versus Austin Theory. Did you see the fan? I did, yes. It's kind of dominated tonight's stream. He tried to get live stands after me, says Austin. Yeah, I saw your tweet, Austin, where you were saying that Liv is a crybaby and a disgrace to wrestling. I thought that was a bit far, to be honest. I thought that was a little bit far. Yeah, I want to go big. Biggity big. Days, you got live stands after Austin. I don't know. I don't know if that's true or not. Ignore the hate, Days. You will always be our cute little grandpa. Thank you. Life off Dad, shout out to you, bud. Liv says, oh, did he now? Yep. Yeah. And he said that Zelina is trash. Queen Trash, I think he called her. Queen Trash Lena. Queen Trash Lena is what he called her. I should get Fiend fans after Days again. Those were good times. Don't know what you're on about. I've never upset Fiend fans. Me and Fiend fans have had a wonderful relationship. Days is at Papa Smurf. Boy said, I'm a Liv stan. Wow. Queen Trash. It's too early for Austin Theory. No one wants to see him get a title match. Rest with Andy said it's good to see new stuff like this. I never would have thought this time last year Austin Theory Big E for a world title would be a thing. That's true. It's definitely new. Don't believe for 1 second that you bully Austin because he bullies me. And you don't have it in you to bully anyone. Thank you, Edwards. Edwards stepping up, man. Edwards stepping up. Days upsets every fan. I certainly don't upset only fans. Let's put it that way. They are very happy over there. Days, guess what? Squish, hug, that's what. Okay. What are your thoughts on different TV sizes? Are you a fan of a small or a big one? Oh, big one, mate. Definitely. Bigger the better. Absolutely. I'm not satisfied unless unless I'm in the same room as a big one. I am not satisfied. I've got to be... That's pretty much everywhere I've lived. I've always been surrounded by big ones. I refuse to... yeah, I want to go big. Do you know what I mean? And I do. So, hopefully that answers that. Days, what are your thoughts on a guy who had loved his What the flip is this? What are your thoughts on a guy who had loved his girlfriend when she was amazing and then dumped her when she started to become boring and suddenly saw a more awesome girl? This is one of two. Where's it going? Febin's like, watch my question to Days. Well, where's part 2? Let's kill a shout out to you. We do need some new stuff on Raw, says Bonkers. We're at Brooklyn Bowl. Okay, we've got Steph in it. Steph's decided to go bowling and film it. With WWE superstars. Nikki ASH, Drew. Rhea Ripley. That's exactly what we're doing. So, WWE community went bowling. Big E in the ring. Well, that was a cliffhanger. Part 2 next week. Yeah, part 2 next week. You've got to answer part 1. How do I answer part 1? What are your thoughts on a guy who did love his girlfriend, but then dumped her when it became boring and suddenly saw a more awesome girl? What are my thoughts? I mean, what thoughts am I meant to have? If it's not working, you can't stay with someone if you don't feel it anymore. It's not fair to you or them. That would be my thoughts. I mean, that person might be a bit shallow. I don't know how hard they worked at sorting through their relationship problems. I mean, if you get a little bit bored, it's probably best to not just walk away. I mean, these are my thoughts. But where it's going is very intriguing. You should work through it, is my answer. You should try and work through it. Look at Seth. Seth Rollins has walked out. And as he walks out, he goes... He's having a little look to see if there's anyone around. Oh, is anyone coming? So Seth Rollins has come back out. Smirk on his... I love how he's walked out and gone, oh. I think he knows that he is the talk of the town. You're giving the Queen a heart attack. Days, I disappeared for 2 months. I just finished my last exam. Help me. I need Dr. B. Welcome back, my friend. We're getting quite a few people coming back to us. I don't know why. Perhaps I've got cooler. I think I have, you know. I must have got cooler. Seth's on the lookout, yeah. Having a little look. Fair play to Seth for going back out there, man. Fair play. I love Seth for that. Seth looking fresh. Marty said, I just got off work. What did I miss? Wow. Quite a flipping bit. Austin Theory stole the egg and now he's got a title opportunity. And Seth Rollins was attacked. Legitimately, that's the big talking point, but he's all right. You thinking you're cooler, that is laughable. Dude, the proof's in the pudding. Monica left because of you, and she couldn't stay away for very long. She's had to come back. Just saying. Proof's right there, innit? Proof's right there, innit? Days, the reason the person got bored is because of some other person and not their own fault. The boyfriend, instead of understanding it, dumped her after finding a better girl. Well, there's no... I doubt there's a better girl. Boring because I don't really get it, to be honest. I don't understand. If you're in a relationship, you go through ups and downs, and you have to work at it. If you just get bored and walk away, then that says a lot about the person that walked away. You have to work at it, man. You have to work at it. Big splash by Big E. Hello, what's happening here? Someone's coming out. Kevin Owens. Is Febin going through a breakup, says Sonny. I think so. Febin. It's difficult when you're in a relationship. You've got to work at it, Febin, yeah? Come on. You've got to work at it. If your heart is elsewhere, then it's not fair to string that other person along. That's all I'm going to say, Febin. That's all I'm going to say. If you're definitely not feeling it, then maybe it is better to end things, Febin. Who hurt you, Febin? Who hurt you? Right, we've got Seth arguing with Owens. Austin, I don't tolerate the way that you're talking today. Thank you. Thank you. Febin, what did you do? What did you do, Febin? Corvid said, there's better girls everywhere. That's why I date multiple women. You gotta let the cream rise to the top. Oh, okay. Okay. Player! Febin, don't listen to Days. What, with my good advice? So you gotta work at it. Days, let me put it another way. Two people were best friends. This is definitely about Febin. And then suddenly one of them dumps the other when he felt that the other got boring. And then he suddenly found a better person. Thoughts? I mean, what thoughts do you want me to have? I mean, if you think someone's gone a little bit boring, my advice would be, well, make sure, work at it. It depends how long you've been together. If it's short, then you might be like, nah, forget this. But if it's been a long time, then, you probably should give it a bit of work. Bit of a try. No one should listen to Days. He lies all the time. Do listen to Days, says Edward. Come on, Febin, we can help you here. Community, jump in. Feel free to give Febin advice. Someone has broken up with Febin and found a better girl. So, Febin now, I think Febin is that girl that became boring. That's what I think. Febin is that girl that became boring and is trying to get a head around it. Days, I tweeted a really good angle of the attack and the person in the entranceway was Becky. Oh, I'll have a look at that because there'll be people saying it's this person, that person. I'll have a look. Liv, here we go. Is this a different angle? Oh, it's a good angle actually. Look at that. Wow. Yeah, that's a great angle. Goes down. We've seen this bit. Right, Seth's shouting. The people come out. I can't see in the entranceway yet. Person's led away. Seth standing. Still can't see the entranceway. Can you see now? Don't know. Well, she was loving it, wasn't she? That woman in the white hat, she's loving it. Now we've got a referee running down. I still couldn't make out who was in the entranceway. But that is a better angle. It shows you the whole thing, doesn't it? And that was it. I mean, you have literally seen the whole thing there. Right, we are... What? Oh, God, we've only got 6 minutes to go. 6 minutes to go. Febin is the boring girl. Right, we've got Kevin and Seth. I'll find a picture of Becky. There's the main question. Oh my God! Oh my God! The main question is whether you think this person did the right or wrong thing by dumping his buddy after suddenly finding another person. There's no way of knowing, is there? I mean, it depends how long they've been together. It depends how long the person had felt like it wasn't working. It depends, like, there's too many factors. There's too many factors. I mean, you shouldn't stay with someone if it's not working. So, I mean, he probably is right to go, but how much did he try to make it work? I don't know. How long were they together? I don't know. So, I can't tell you if I think it's right or wrong. There's too many factors involved. Look, dude, all you need to do is eat some Ben & Jerry's and watch flipping When Harry Met Sally. Have a good cry. Get it out your system. You'll be fine tomorrow. Come on, Febin. We're here for you, mate. Have some hot chocolate, hot cocoa, Put in some marshmallows, yeah? Get yourself some Ben and Jerry's. You'll be fine. And if you want to start moaning about the other person in the chat, yeah? Focus on the bad things, yeah? Focus on the bad things. Focus on the things you didn't like about them. You'll get through it. You'll get through it. You've got to love yourself first, Febin. You've got to love yourself first. Big E plants Austin. Days, it was a crew member that was in the entranceway. Oh my God. This person in the entranceway is changing gender, changing identity. It's one of life's great mysteries. Who was in the entranceway? Edward said, how do I get better at being your biggest fan? I think you're right there, Edward. You're right there. Febin went through a breakup. That is how it seems, yes. Drink some whiskey, said James Chadwick. Yeah, get drunk. That's great advice, isn't it? Get drunk. This is a messy main event, isn't it? Seth and Kevin getting into each other's faces. Austin Theory probably a bit upset at all this outside noise. Seth's taking his jacket off. It's going to be a big ending. Big ending by Big E. 1, 2, 3. Big E wins. Big E wins. Liv and Zelina Stanner sent me a picture of Becky. Thank you. It's 2 people in the entranceway. Becky and... Do we think... There are reports that other person's Michael Hayes. So it could be that it's both correct. There we go. Right, Big E has got Seth. Big ending. I've just split up with my ex-girlfriend. Best thing to do is go and find a new one. Days, the questions was not related to me, but you. It was related to your cruel turn on the Fiend after finding Roman. He got boring due to his creative, but it didn't. You didn't work on it and support him. It's not that he got boring. It's that he got outright offensive to me. So it's not the same. 1, 2, 3. Just seeing the big ending and pin by Big E. Guys, breaking news. Febin is the boring girl from that story. To deflect the attention. Trying to spin it round now. Febin, I just want you to know that to me, you'll always be that boring little girl. Days, you're the best. Right, we've reached the end of this show. What is your dog's name, Kia? And she's fat. But not PH. Right, here we go. Should we put the poll up? I do think this has had the energy sucked out of it. What do you rate the show? Show's ended. I absolutely wasn't in it after that thing that happened earlier. I can't tell you if the show is good or bad. I feel like it's bad. I just wasn't in it. Below. So it'll be interesting to see what you guys rate it. Days, OMG, I'm in the middle of Big Bear Mountains, and you came up as a reminder. Yeah. LDTV, shout out to you. Kia is not fat, she is. She's a Fatosaurus Rex. Have you ever watched Shrek? Yes. Days, please do a poll where people think if you turned on The Fiend and suddenly became a Roman fanboy. Well, that would be silly, wouldn't it? Because it wasn't a case of me choosing. I can like more than one superstar. WWE has got egg on their face after that one, says Daniel. I can't rate it because I missed most of it. I don't know what happened. Seth overshadowed it a lot. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, the poll's there if people want to vote on it. We'll get people's thoughts, but clearly it's a weird one. I saw a picture of Keir. She doesn't look fat. She's fat. She's fat. It's awful. I wonder what Pepsi tastes like. Coke, but different. The poll should be about whether Febin was the boring girl or not, says David. Zoom Station says 7 egg hunts. Matthew said 6.5. The gold egg storyline was boring. J14 says 6.5. Days, are you scared to do a poll? I'm not scared to do a poll. I just think it's a bit pointless and not really reflective of anything that's gone down tonight. Days, when you lived in a flat, did you ever get complaints from next door? You're always throwing boxes around. I was quite fortunate, actually, because the flat I lived in was a corner flat. So it actually meant that the living room where I did a lot of the filming, there was only one wall that was down the other end that was connected to another flat. So, no, I never got any complaints. Because the walls that I'm throwing boxes into are actually external walls. Do you think Triple T would go on a date with me? No. Anad said Bronson Reed will return because WWE made a Bronson Reed figure of him, but he is fired, so he might return. I think probably you'll find that figure was in being manufactured for quite a while. And then by the time they actually got around to releasing it, he'd already been released. But they were probably too far into that process to turn it around. 4.2, stupid egg-related plot out of 10. Stupid egg. Hammer said 7.5. John says 4.22. Justin says 6.5. Rashawn says 6. Brendan says 9. Sonny says, oh. Joe said, Days, who is the best looking female competitor? I don't judge people on their looks like that. I'm above all of that. But I mean, Elektra Lopez was quite cute, in all fairness. She's quite cute. But I mean, like, she's just all right now. I don't even think she's that special anymore since she got married. Trey says 5.5. Harley said 6.25. Nico Guy says 7.5. Bronson Reed is on Impact now. Febin said, Days, are you scared the majority of people might vote? No, I'm scared the majority of people might leave. Because it's got nothing to do with the conversation we're having right now. Stone said Bronson is already signed with Impact. Zach said, is it because Days is scared if he breaks his back like he did when he fell off the shelf? That was not fun. Yeah, that was not fun. Sonny said, I need to figure out a way to capture a man to love me, says Sonny. Look what you've started now, Febin. Now you've got Sonny going all like, whoa, wish I had a man. It's all kicking off. You look shattered. I feel all right. I must admit, like, it was a busy weekend because we've had Premier League back. We did UFC on Saturday night, and then of course we had a massive 6.5 hour stream last night. So definitely feeling it a little bit today. But I mean, like, if I'm in the show and like there's a lot of like things happening, we're having fun, then I feel great. But like, yeah, the Seth thing just took me out the show. I really struggled to get back into it. And this is just I mean, like, please do not judge the streams by tonight's stream, because I mean, we normally just have a lot of fun and, you know, joke around. But I mean, it completely derailed the show. Completely derailed the show. What happened tonight? I need satisfaction. Damn it. Get a few more minutes. We're at 230 votes. We'll take a look in about 4 minutes' time. Days, can you show a picture of the dog? I had a picture. I had a picture of the dog, and it... I don't know if I can find it now. This picture doesn't make her look that big, I will admit. But it's just when you... This picture doesn't do it justice. The angle of the picture does not do this justice. But because she's lying down, no one looks fat when they're lying down. So she's lying down. But when she stands up, you can... Like, you're meant to see dog's ribs. I don't even know if she's got ribs. I haven't seen her ribs since she was a puppy. Like, she is just fat. And she knows it as well. When I show you this picture, I am going to show you a picture of a dog who knows that she's fat. You can tell by her eyes. She knows she's fat. There is Kia, who does feature in one video on the channel. I mean, look at her eyes. You can tell. Look at her sad face. She knows she's fat. She knows. She knows. She definitely knows. But as I'm taking that picture, I'm saying, you're fat, like that. And she's, look at the eyes. She's like, I know. I know. You can even see like a little leg sticking out underneath there as a fat body is all over her leg. Look at her. Look at her leg there, like screaming for help. Look at her little leg there underneath. There's like, it's covered with fat. And she's like, I know I'm fat. And I just need you to know that as soon as we're done with this stream, I will go upstairs, check on her, and I will tell her that she's fat as well, to her face. It's what I do. It's how I get my kicks. Kia isn't fat, she's just big boned. Dude, she must have all the bones then. She's fluffy, not fat. No, it's fat. She's fluffy and fat. Stop fat shaming, Days. I'm only fat shaming a dog. It's fine. And she knows anyway. Oh my god. WWE Hall of Famer JBL on Raw Talk. You literally have not seen a fat dog if you think that she is fat. I'm saying that you can't judge her by that picture. She's fat. Sean Ross Sapp has exclusively reported that Roman versus Rock has been shifted as the planned main event, and the new main event will be Seth versus The Attacker. Days, are you having Thanksgiving? No, we don't celebrate it here. Pro Wrestling Noah had a match where two men in their 40s just stared at each other for 30 minutes. Sounds like a riot. Days, Christmas. Days is a dog bully. Days is a dog bully. If you saw my sister's dog, you would open your eyes and see that Kia is normal. Who stole the egg? Austin Theory stole the egg. And we're going to get the scores now. Let's have a look at the scores. Tell you, man, close. It seems like a lot of people don't... I can't tell if this is close or if you lot are trying to get this to be 25, 25, 25, 25. I can't tell anymore. Either way, you've failed. Because it's 27, 25, 24, 23. So we had 254 votes. Edward said, I'm going to give the show whatever you give it. I can't score it tonight. I can't score it. I mean, my gut feeling is I'd probably be in the fives. I mean, there was just nothing here for me. I thought the seeing Vince was great. Randy dressing up as Riddle, Riddle dressing up as Randy was great. Seeing Vince was great. I didn't mind like the superstars ripping apart backstage. I didn't mind Dana Brooke. We got new women's tag champions. I don't mind a Damian Priest Open challenge. Sami Zayn answers it. Like, there's definitely things on the show I can look at and go, okay, it's not a complete dumpster fire. But then a lot of the matches were dull and boring, and they didn't do anything for me. And, Austin Theory steals the egg and gets a title opportunity. I mean, it is an underwhelming reveal, I think. So, yeah, I mean, look, there's good, there's bad. My gut feeling is I'd be at a 5 sum up. But I genuinely don't know. Because the biggest thing is what happened with Seth. And that completely took me out the show. Completely derailed me. And if I was to score it, people would be like, nah. If you'd actually, paid it more attention. Like, people could easily have that argument with this show. So, I don't know. If you want to get a score, it'd probably be like 5.5 would be my score. But if someone was like, nah, it was better than that, then maybe it was. Or someone might go, nah, it's worse. Maybe it was. I don't know. So, but I'm just giving you my gut feeling. We got new women's tag champs. No one told me. You guys said Dana was a new 24/7 champ. Yeah, that happened. But we were also Carmella and Queen Zelina are the new women's tag champs. Days, have you ever fancied yourself trout fishing? I heard it's off the hook in your land. I have never fancied trout fishing, though. Fishing has never been a thing, really. I probably would have gone with my granddad if he was still alive, because I know he used to go. But I was a little bit too young, and he stopped going. But I remember my cousins would go with him, and I was always like, I want to go. Granddad would have took me, of course he would. But he kind of stopped as I got older and could have probably gone. So, but no, it's never been something I fancied. Off the hook. Off the hook. What's that mean? Look, guys, I know that you're like super excited at a few different things, and one of the things that I think has really captured the imagination of the community has been the return of Monica. I've banned her. I've decided to ban her. There's just a few things tonight that's just irritated me. So, Monica, it was great to have her back, but she has now been removed from the community. Justin said, Days, you could be my grandpa and we could go trouser fishing. Well, that's my dream, isn't it? That's thank you, Justin. I was hoping someone was going to make that offer. And brilliant, absolutely brilliant that you did. I might even take you up on it. Yeah, Monica has been banned. For some reason, she's still showing. What is this? What is this? Hang on. I need to get rid of this one as well. Yeah, now she's gone again. So, yeah, there we go. I mean, like, there was a lot of abuse being thrown my way earlier. I think you saw that. Monica, a lot of abuse. I think we have to send a statement that if people are going to come back to the community, if people are going to come back, then they need to acknowledge me, yeah? They need to acknowledge me. And there was a severe lack of acknowledgement, so... Oh, my God, how do you keep coming back? How are you still around? Who keeps unblocking you? Monica King was unblocked by Sunny. Sunny, do you remember we had a conversation not long ago about how you kept unblocking people? Do you remember that? Do you remember that? Daisy's having one of his episodes again. I'm just saying. Days, when's the prediction video? It's coming very soon, Patrick. Don't you worry about that. I definitely didn't forget. Days, am I at risk of getting banned? No. I wouldn't do that. I don't do it to boring girls. Erase Your Mind says future endeavored. Yeah, guys, Monica has been future endeavored from the community. And I think you can understand why. There was a lot of abuse that I was receiving this evening. And, oh, Oh my God, she keeps bringing her back. This old man is off his meds. This old man is off his meds. I just don't even. I just can't even. Sonny, do you enjoy the mod responsibilities that I've given you? Think about it. Think about it, Sonny. Have a good little think about whether you enjoy being a mod. Sonny. Oh my God, now it's J14. Oh, but Sonny. Oh my God, what is going on? J14 unblocked Monica. Then Sonny blocked Monica. And now Sonny is unblocked. Seems like, oh, I tell you what, it's carnage right now. It is carnage right now. Ban them all! Would you ban me? No, mate, you stood up for me. You showed some respect. And that's what it's all about. Disappointed you're not helping your friend William. Do you know what? Even YouTube is banning Monica now. Monica's latest comment was blocked by YouTube. Unbelievable scenes. Unbelievable scenes. Right, guys, we are done. I'll get rid of Monica. Don't worry about that. She'll not be a problem for this to this community for much longer. But yeah, appreciate the support. Hope you had fun. I don't know. But yeah, as I said, we'll be back tomorrow. We've got a couple of games in the Premier League. We've got NXT. Obviously, we've got AEW, we've got SmackDown, and blah, 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 blah. But, yeah, no denying that the big news is about Seth tonight, and just really pleased that everything's okay. Just really, really pleased that everything's okay there. So that's the big thing. Retribution said, Days, I acknowledge you as the tribal chief. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, my God, this woman is absolutely insufferable. She is insufferable. Just go away. All right, she's gone again. Right, I'm going to end the stream now. Right, thanks for watching. Bye for now.